Hello. Tonight, we begin with the most fascinating fairy tale. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Madschun. Once upon a time, there lived, in a small cottage among some hills, a woman with her son, and, to her great grief, the young man, though hardly more than 20 years of age, had not as much hair on his head as a baby. But, old as he looked, the youth was very idle, and whatever trade his mother put him to, he refused to work, and in a few days always came home again. On a fine summer morning, he was lying as usual, half asleep, in the little garden in front of the cottage, when the Sultan's daughter came riding by, followed by a number of gaily dressed ladies. The youth lazily raised himself on his elbow to look at her, and that one glance changed his whole nature. I will marry her and nobody else, he thought. And jumping up, he went to find his mother. You must go at once to the Sultan and tell him that I want his daughter for my wife, he said. What? Shouted the old woman, shrinking back into a corner, for nothing but sudden madness could explain such an amazing errand. Don't you understand? You must go at once to the Sultan and tell him that I want his daughter for my wife, repeated the youth impatiently. But do you know what you are saying? Stammered the mother. You will learn no trade and have only the 5 gold pieces left you by your father. And can you really expect that the Sultan would give his daughter to a penniless bald pate like you? That is my affair. Do as I bid you. And neither day nor night did her son cease tormenting her, till, in despair, she put on her best clothes and wrapped her veil about her, and went over the hill to the palace. It was the day that the Sultan set apart for hearing the complaints and petitions of his people. So the woman found no difficulty in gaining admission to his presence. Do not think me mad, O Excellency, she began, though I know I must seem like it, but I have a son who, since his eyes have rested on the veiled face of the princess, has not left me in peace day or night till I consented to come to the palace and to ask your Excellency for your daughter's hand. It was in vain I answered that my head might pay the forfeit of my boldness. He would listen to nothing. Therefore am I here. Do with me even as you will. Now the Sultan always loved anything out of the common, and this situation was new indeed. So, instead of ordering the trembling creature to be flogged or cast into prison, as some other sovereigns might have done, he merely said, "Bid your son come hither." The old woman stared in astonishment at such a reply. But when the Sultan repeated his words even more gently than before, and did not look in any wise angered, she took courage, and bowing again, she hastened homeward. "Well, how have you sped?" asked her son eagerly as she crossed the threshold. "You are to go up to the palace without delay and speak to the Sultan himself," replied the mother. And when he heard the good news, his face lightened up so wonderfully that his mother thought what a pity it was that he had no hair, as then he would be quite handsome. "Ah, the lightning will not fly more swiftly," cried he. And in another instant he was out of her sight. When the Sultan beheld the bald head of his daughter's wooer, he no longer felt in the mood for joking, and resolved that he must somehow or other shake himself free of such an unwelcome lover. But as he had summoned the young man to the palace, he could hardly dismiss him without a reason. So he hastily said, "I hear you wish to marry my daughter? Well and good. But the man who is to be her husband must first collect all the birds in the world and bring them into the gardens of the palace, for hitherto no birds have made their homes in the trees." The young man was filled with despair at the Sultan's words. How was he to snare all these birds? And even if he did succeed in catching them, it would take years to carry them to the palace. Still, he was too proud to let the Sultan think that he had given up the princess without a struggle. So he took a road that led past the palace and walked on, not noticing whither he went. In this manner, a week slipped by, and at length he found himself crossing a desert with great rocks scattered here and there. In the shadow cast by one of these was seated a holy man, or dervish, as he was called, who motioned to the youth to sit beside him. "Something is troubling you, my son," said the holy man. "Tell me what it is, as I may be able to help you." "Oh, my father," answered the youth, "I wish to marry the princess of my country, but the Sultan refuses to give her to me unless I can collect all the birds in the world and bring them into his garden. And how can I, or any other man, do that?" "Do not despair," replied the dervish. "It is not so difficult as it sounds. 2 days' journey from here, in the path of the setting sun, there stands a cypress tree, larger than any other cypress that grows upon the earth. Sit down where the shadow is darkest, close to the trunk, and keep very still. By and by, you will hear a mighty rushing of wings, and all the birds in the world will come and nestle in the branches. be careful not to make a sound till everything is quiet again, and then say, Madschun. At that, the birds will be forced to remain where they are. Not one can move from its perch, and you will be able to place them all over your head and arms and body. And in this way, you must carry them to the Sultan. With a glad heart, the young man thanked the dervish and paid such close heed to his directions that a few days later, a strange figure covered with soft feathers walked into the presence of the Sultan. The princess's father was filled with surprise, for never had he seen such a sight before. Oh, how lovely were those little bodies, and bright, frightened eyes. Soon a gentle stirring was heard, and what a multitude of wings unfolded themselves. Blue wings, yellow wings, red wings, green wings. And when the young man whispered, "Go," they first flew in circles round the Sultan's head, and then disappeared through the open window to choose homes in the garden. "I have done your bidding, O Sultan, and now give me the princess," said the youth. And the Sultan answered hurriedly, "Yes, oh yes, you have pleased me well. Only one thing remains, to turn you into a husband that any girl might desire. That head of yours, you know, it is so very bald. Get it covered with nice, thick, curly hair, and then I will give you my daughter. You are so clever that I am sure this will give you no trouble at all." Silently, the young man listened to the Sultan's words, and silently he sat in his mother's kitchen for many days to come, till, one morning, the news reached him that the Sultan had betrothed his daughter to the son of the Wazir, and that the wedding was to be celebrated without delay in the palace. With that, he arose in wrath and made his way quickly and secretly to a side door, used only by the workmen who kept the building in repair, and, unseen by anyone, he made his way into the mosque, and then entered the palace by a gallery which opened straight into the great hall. Here, the bride and bridegroom and 2 or 3 friends were assembled, waiting for the appearance of the Sultan for the contract to be signed. "Madschun," whispered the youth from above, and instantly everyone remained rooted to the ground, and some messengers whom the Sultan had sent to see that all was ready shared the same fate. At length, angry and impatient, the Sultan went down to behold with his own eyes what had happened. But as nobody could give him any explanation, he bade one of his attendants to fetch a magician who dwelt near one of the city gates to remove the spell which had been cast by some evil genius. "It is your own fault," said the magician, when he had heard the Sultan's story. "If you had not broken your promise to the young man, your daughter would not have had this ill befall her. Now there is only one remedy, and the bridegroom you have chosen must yield his place to the bald-headed youth. Sore though he was in his heart, the Sultan knew that the magician was wiser than he, and dispatched his most trusted servants to seek out the young man without a moment's delay and bring him to the palace. The youth, who all this time had been hiding behind a pillar, smiled to himself when he heard these words, and hastening home, he said to his mother, "If messengers from the Sultan should come here and ask for me, be sure you answer that it is a long while since I went away, and that you cannot tell where I may be, but that if they will give you money enough for your journey, as you are very poor, you will do your best to find me." Then he hid himself in the loft above so that he could listen to all that passed. The next minute, someone knocked loudly at the door, and the old woman jumped up and opened it. "Is your bald-headed son here?" asked the man outside. "If so, let him come with me, as the Sultan wishes to speak with him directly." "Alas, sir," replied the woman, putting a corner of her veil to her eyes, "he left me long since, and since that day no news of him has reached me." "Oh, good lady, can you not guess where he may be? The Sultan intends to bestow on him the hand of his daughter, and he is certain to give a large reward to the man who brings him back. He never told me whither he was going," answered the crone, shaking her head. "But it is a great honor that the Sultan does him, and well worth some trouble. There are places where perhaps he may be found, but they are known to me only, and I am a poor woman and have no money for the journey." "Oh, that will not stand in the way," cried the man. "In this purse are 1,000 gold pieces. Spend them freely. Tell me where I can find him, and you shall have as many more." "Very well," said she. "It is a bargain. And now farewell, for I must make some preparations. But in a few days, at furthest, you shall hear from me." For nearly a week, both the old woman and her son were careful not to leave the house till it was dark, lest they should be seen by any of the neighbors. And as they did not even kindle a fire or light a lantern, everyone supposed that the cottage was deserted. At length, one fine morning, the young man got up early and dressed himself, and put on his best turban, and after a hasty breakfast, took the road to the palace. The huge Negro before the door evidently expected him, for without a word he let him pass, and another attendant, who was waiting inside, conducted him straight into the presence of the Sultan, who welcomed him gladly. "Ah, my son, where have you hidden yourself all this time?" said he. And the bald-headed man answered, "O Sultan, fairly I won your daughter, but you broke your word and would not give her to me. Then my home grew hateful to me, and I set out to wander through the world. But now that you have repented of your ill faith, I have come to claim the wife who is mine of right. Therefore, bid your wazir prepare the contract." So, a fresh contract was prepared, and at the wish of the new bridegroom was signed by the Sultan and the wazir in the chamber where they met. After this was done, the youth begged the Sultan to lead him to the princess, and together they entered the big hall, where everyone was standing exactly as they were when the young man had uttered the fatal word. "Can you remove the spell?" asked the Sultan anxiously. "I think so," replied the young man, who, to say the truth, was a little anxious himself, and stepping forward, he cried, "Let the victims of Madschun be free." No sooner were the words uttered than the statues returned to life, and the bride placed her hand joyfully in that of her new bridegroom. As for the old one, he vanished completely, and no one ever knew what became of him. The Blue Parrot. In a part of Arabia where groves of palms and sweet-scented flowers give the traveler rest after toilsome journeys under burning skies, there reigned a young king whose name was Leno. He had grown up under the wise rule of his father, who had lately died. And though he was only 19, he did not believe, like many young men, that he must change all the laws in order to show how clever he was, but was content with the old ones, which had made the people happy and the country prosperous. There was only one fault that his subjects had to find with him, and that was that he did not seem in any hurry to be married, in spite of the prayers that they frequently offered him. The neighboring kingdom was governed by the Swan Fairy, who had an only daughter, the Princess Hermosa, who was as charming in her way as Leno in his. The Swan Fairy always had an ambassador at the young king's court, and on hearing the grumbles of the citizens that Leno showed no signs of taking a wife, the good man resolved that he would try his hand at matchmaking. "For," he said, "if there is anyone living who is worthy of the Princess Hermosa, he is to be found here. At any rate, I can but try and bring them together." Now, of course, it was not proper to offer the princess in marriage, and the difficulty was to work upon the unconscious king so as to get the proposal to come from him. But the ambassador was well used to the ways of courts, and after several conversations on the art of painting, which Lino loved, he led the talk to portraits, and mentioned carelessly that a particularly fine picture had lately been made of his own princess. Though, as for a likeness, he concluded, perhaps it is hardly as good as this small miniature, which was painted a year ago. The king took it and looked at it closely. "Ah," he sighed, "that must be flattered. It cannot be possible that any woman should be such a miracle of beauty." "If you could only see her," answered the ambassador. The king did not reply, but the ambassador was not at all surprised when, the following morning, he was sent for into the royal presence. "Since you showed me that picture," began Lino, almost before the door was shut, "I have not been able to banish the face of the princess from my thoughts. I have summoned you here to inform you that I am about to send special envoys to the court of the Swan Fairy, asking her daughter in marriage. I cannot, as you will understand, speak for my mistress in so important a matter," replied the ambassador, stroking his beard in order to conceal the satisfaction he felt. "But I know that she will certainly be highly gratified at your proposal." "If that is so," cried the king, his whole face beaming with joy, "then, instead of sending envoys, I will go myself and take you with me. In 3 days, my preparations will be made, and we will set out." Unluckily for Lino, he had for his neighbor on the other side a powerful magician named Ismanor, who was king of the Isle of Lions, and the father of a hideous daughter, whom he thought the most beautiful creature that ever existed. Riquette, for such was her name, had also fallen in love with a portrait, but it was of King Lino, and she implored her father to give him to her for a husband. Ismanor, who considered that no man lived who was worthy of his treasure, was about to send his chief minister to King Lino on this mission, when the news reached him that the king had already started for the court of the Swan Fairy. Riquette was thrown into transports of grief and implored her father to prevent the marriage, which Ismanor promised to do, and calling for an ugly and hump-backed little dwarf named Rabat, he performed some spells which transported them quickly to a rocky valley, through which the king and his escort were bound to pass. When the tramp of horses was heard, the magician took out an enchanted handkerchief, which rendered invisible anyone who touched it. Giving one end to Rabat and holding the other himself, they walked unseen amongst the horsemen, but not a trace of Lino was to be found. And this was natural enough, because the king, tired out with the excitement and fatigue of the last few days, had bidden the heavy coaches, laden with presents for the princess, to go forwards, while he rested under the palms with a few of his friends. Here Ismanor beheld them, all sound asleep, and casting a spell which prevented their waking till he wished them to do so, he stripped the king of all his clothes and dressed him in those of Rabat, whom he touched with his ring, saying, "Take the shape of Lino until you have wedded the daughter of the Swan Fairy." And so great was the magician's power that Rabbo positively believed himself to be really the king. When the groom had mounted Leno's horse and had ridden out of sight, Ismenor aroused the king, who stared with astonishment at the dirty garments in which he was dressed. But before he had time to look about him, the magician caught him up in a cloud and carried him off to his daughter. Meantime, Rabah had come up with the others, who never guessed for a moment that he was not their own master. "I am hungry," said he. "Give me something to eat at once." "May it please your majesty," answered the steward. "The tents are not even set up, and it will be at least an hour before your supper is served." "We thought, who taught you to think?" interrupted the false king rudely. "You are nothing but a fool. Get me some horse's flesh directly. It is the best meat in the world." The steward could hardly believe his ears. King Lino, the most polite man under the sun, to speak to his faithful servant in such a manner, and to want horse's flesh too. Why, he was so delicate in his appetite that he lived mostly on fruit and cakes. Well, well, there was no knowing what people would come to. And anyhow, he must obey at once if he wished to keep his head on his shoulders. Perhaps, after all, it was love which had driven him mad. And if so, by and by he might come right again, whatever excuses his old servants might invent for their master. By the time the procession reached the Swan's fairy capital, there were no more horses left, and they were forced to walk up to the palace on foot. Hiding their surprise as best they could, they begged the king to follow them, dismounting from their own horses, as he, they supposed, preferred to walk. They soon perceived the Swan Fairy and her daughter awaiting them on a low balcony, under which the king stopped. "Madam," he said, "you may be surprised that I have come to ask your daughter's hand in so unceremonious a fashion, but the journey is long, and I was hungry and ate my horse, which is the best meat in the world, and I forced my courtiers to eat theirs also. But for all that, I am a great king, and wish to be your son-in-law. And now that is settled, where is Hermosa?" "Sire," answered the queen, not a little displeased, as well as amazed at the king's manner, which was so different from anything she had been led to expect. "You possess my daughter's portrait, and it can have made but little impression on you if you don't recognize her at once." "I don't remember any portrait," replied Rabot, "but perhaps it may be in my pocket after all." And he searched everywhere, while the ladies in waiting looked on with astonishment, but of course found nothing. When he had finished, he turned to the princess, who stood there blushing and angry, and said, "If it is you whom I have come to marry, I think you are very beautiful, and I am sure If I had even seen your portrait, I should have remembered it. Let us have the wedding as soon as possible. And meantime, I should like to go to sleep. For your country is very different from mine, and I can assure you that after walking over stones and sand for days and days, one needs a little rest. And without waiting for a reply, he bade one of the pages conduct him to his room, where he was soon snoring so loud that he could be heard at the other end of the town. As soon as he was out of their sight, the poor princess flung herself into her mother's arms and burst into tears. For 15 days, she had had King Lino's portrait constantly before her, while the letter from their own ambassador, speaking of the young man's grace and charm, had never left her pocket. True, the portrait was faithful enough, but how could that fair outside contain so rough and rude a soul? Yet this even she might have forgiven, had the king shown any of the signs of love and admiration to which she had been so long accustomed. As for her mother, the poor swan fairy was so bewildered at the extraordinary manners of her new son-in-law that she was almost speechless. Matters were in this state when King Lino's chamberlain begged for a private audience of Her Majesty. And no sooner were they alone than he told her that he feared that his master had suddenly gone mad or had fallen under the spell of some magician. I had been lost in astonishment before, said he, but now that he has failed to recognize the princess and no longer possesses her portrait, which he never would part from for a single instant, my amazement knows no bounds. Perhaps, madam, your fairy gifts may be able to discover the reason of this change in one whose courtesy was the talk of the kingdom. And with a low bow, he took his departure. The queen stood where the chamberlain left her, thinking deeply. Suddenly, her face cleared, and going to an old chest which she kept in a secret room, she drew from it a small mirror. In this mirror, she could see faithfully reflected whatever she wished. And at this moment, she desired above all things to behold King Lino as he really was. Ah, the chamberlain was right. It was not he who was lying on his bed, snoring till the whole palace shook beneath him. No, this was her real son-in-law, the man dressed in dirty clothes and imprisoned in one of Ismenor's strongest towers, and kissing the portrait of Hermosa, which had escaped the wizard's notice, owing to the young king having worn it, for better concealment, tied amongst his hair. Calling hastily to her daughter, she bade her also look, and Hermosa had the pleasure of gazing on Lino, who was behaving exactly as she could have wished. The mirror was still in her hand when the door of the prison opened, and there entered the hideous Riquette, who, from her upraised eyes, seemed to be begging from Lino some favor which he refused to grant. Of course, Hermosa and her mother could not hear their words. But from Riquette's angry face as she left the room, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. But the mirror had more to tell, for it appeared that in fury at her rejection by the king, Riquette had ordered 4 strong men to scourge him till he fainted, which was done in the sight of Hermosa, who in horror dropped the mirror and would have fallen had she not been caught by her mother. "Control yourself, my child," said the fairy. "We have need of all our wits if we are to rescue the king from the power of those wicked people. And first, it is necessary to know who the man that has taken his name and his face really is." Then, picking up the mirror, she wished that she might behold the false lover. And the glass gave back a vision of a dirty, greasy groom lying, dressed as he was, on her bed of state. So, this is the trick Ismenor hoped to play us. Well, we will have our revenge, whatever it costs us to get it. Only we must be very careful not to let him guess that he has not deceived us, for his skill in magic is greater than mine, and I shall have to be very prudent. To begin with, I must leave you, and if the false king asks why, then answer that I have to settle some affairs on the borders of my kingdom. Meanwhile, be sure you treat him most politely and arrange fates to amuse him. If he shows any sign of being suspicious, you can even give him to understand that, on your marriage, I intend to give up the crown to your husband. And now, farewell." So saying, the swan fairy waved her hand, and a cloud came down and concealed her. And nobody imagined that the beautiful white cloud that was blown so rapidly across the sky was the chariot that was carrying the swan fairy to the tower of Ismenor. Now the tower was situated in the midst of a forest, so the queen thought that under cover of the dark trees, it would be quite easy for her to drop to earth unseen. But the tower was so thoroughly enchanted that the more she tried to reach the ground, the tighter something tried to hold her back. At length, by putting forth all the power she possessed, she managed to descend to the foot of the tower, and there, weak and faint as she was with her exertions, she lost no time in working her spells, and found that she could only overcome Ismenor by means of a stone from the ring of Gyges. But how was she to get this ring? For the magic book told her that Ismenor guarded it night and day among his most precious treasures. However, get it she must, and in the meantime, the first step was to see the royal prisoner himself. So, drawing out her tablets, she wrote as follows: "The bird which brings you this letter is the swan fairy, mother of Hermosa, who loves you as much as you love her. And after this assurance, she related the wicked plot of which he had been the victim. Then, quickly changing herself into a swallow, she began to fly round the tower, till she discovered the window of Lino's prison. It was so high up that bars seemed needless, especially as 4 soldiers were stationed in the passage outside. Therefore the fairy was able to enter, and even to hop on his shoulder. But he was so much occupied with gazing at the princess's portrait that it was some time before she could attract his attention. At last she gently scratched his cheek with the corner of the note, and he looked round with a start. On perceiving the swallow, he knew at once that help had come, and tearing open the letter, he wept with joy on seeing the words it contained, and asked 1,000 questions as to Hermosa, which the swallow was unable to answer, though, by repeated nods, she signed to him to read further. "Must I indeed pretend to wish to marry that horrible Riquette?" he cried when he had finished. "Can I obtain the stone from the magician?" Accordingly, the next morning, when Riquette paid him her daily visit, he received her much more graciously than usual. The magician's daughter could not contain her delight at this change, and in answer to her expressions of joy, Lino told her that he had had a dream by which he had learned the inconstancy of Hermosa. Also, that a fairy had appeared and informed him that if he wished to break the bonds which bound him to the faithless princess and transfer his affections to the daughter of Ismanor, he must have in his possession for a day and a night a stone from the ring of Gyges, now in the possession of the magician. This news so enchanted Riquette that she flung her arms round the king's neck and embraced him tenderly, greatly to his disgust, as he would infinitely have preferred the sticks of the soldiers. However, there was no help for it, and he did his best to seem pleased, till Riquette relieved him by announcing that she must lose no time in asking her father and obtaining from him the precious stone. His daughter's request came as a great surprise to Ismanor, whose suspicions were instantly excited. But think as he would, he could not see any means by which the king, so closely guarded, might have held communication with the swan fairy. Still, he would do nothing hastily, and, hiding his dismay, he told Riquette that his only wish was to make her happy, and that, as she wished so much for the stone, he would fetch it for her. Then he went into the closet where all his spells were worked, and in a short time he discovered that his enemy, the swan fairy, was at that moment inside his palace. "So that is it," he said, smiling grimly. "Well, she shall have a stone by all means, but a stone that will turn everyone who touches it into marble." and placing a small ruby in a box, he returned to his daughter. "Here is the talisman, which will gain you the love of King Lino," he said. "But be sure you give him the box unopened, or else the stone will lose all its virtue." With a cry of joy, Riquette snatched the box from his hands and ran off to the prison, followed by her father, who, holding tightly the enchanted handkerchief, was able, unseen, to watch the working of the spell. As he expected, at the foot of the tower stood the Swan Fairy, who had had the imprudence to appear in her natural shape, waiting for the stone which the prince was to throw to her. Eagerly, she caught the box as it fell from the prince's hands, but no sooner had her fingers touched the ruby than a curious hardening came over her. Her limbs stiffened, and her tongue could hardly utter the words, "We are betrayed." "Yes, you are betrayed," cried Ismenor in a terrible voice. "And you," he continued, dragging the king to the window, "you shall turn into a parrot, and a parrot you will remain until you can persuade Hermosa to crush in your head." He had hardly finished before a blue parrot flew out into the forest, and the magician, mounting in his winged chariot, set off for the Isle of Swans, where he changed everybody into statues, exactly in the positions in which he found them, not even excepting Rabot himself. Only Hermosa was spared, and her he ordered to get into his chariot beside him. In a few minutes, he reached the Forest of Wonders, when the magician got down and dragged the unhappy princess out after him. "I have changed your mother into a stone, and your lover into a parrot," said he, "and you are to become a tree, and a tree you will remain until you have crushed the head of the person you love best in the world. But I will leave you your mind and memory, that your tortures may be increased 1,000-fold." Great magician as he was, Ismenor could not have invented a more terrible fate had he tried for 100 years. The hours passed wearily by for the poor princess, who longed for a woodcutter's axe to put an end to her misery. How were they to be delivered from their doom? And even supposing that King Lino did fly that way, there were thousands of blue parrots in the forest. And how was she to know him, or he her? As to her mother, that was too bad to think about. So, being a woman, she kept on thinking. Meanwhile, the blue parrot flew about the world, making friends wherever he went, till, one day, he entered the castle of an old wizard who had just married a beautiful young wife. Grenadine, for such was her name, led a very dull life, and was delighted to have a playfellow. So she gave him a golden cage to sleep in, and delicious fruits to eat. Only in one way did he disappoint her. He never would talk as other parrots did. "If you only knew how happy it would make me, I'm sure you would try," she was fond of saying. but the parrot did not seem to hear her. One morning, however, she left the room to gather some flowers, and the parrot, finding himself alone, hopped to the table and, picking up a pencil, wrote some verses on a piece of paper. He had just finished when he was startled by a noise, and letting fall the pencil, he flew out of the window. Now hardly had he dropped the pencil when the wizard lifted a corner of the curtain which hung over the doorway and advanced into the room. Seeing a paper on the table, he picked it up, and great was his surprise as he read, "Fair princess, to win your grace, I will hold discourse with you. Silence, though, were more in place than chattering like a cockatoo." "I half suspected it was enchanted," murmured the wizard to himself, and he fetched his books and searched them, and found that instead of being a parrot, the bird was really a king who had fallen under the wrath of a magician. And that magician, the man whom the wizard hated most in the world. Eagerly he read on, seeking for some means of breaking the enchantment, and at last, to his great joy, he discovered the remedy. Then he hurried to his wife, who was lying on some cushions under the tree on which the parrot had perched, and informed her that her favorite was really the king of a great country, and that if she would whistle for the bird, they would all go together to a certain spot in the forest of marvels, where I will restore him to his own shape. Only you must not be afraid or cry out, whatever I do, added he, or everything will be spoilt. The wizard's wife jumped up in an instant, so delighted was she, and began to whistle the song that the parrot loved. But as he did not wish it to be known that he had been listening to the conversation, he waited until she had turned her back, when he flew down the tree and alighted on her shoulder. Then they got into a golden boat, which carried them to a clearing in the forest, where 3 tall trees stood by themselves. "I want these trees for my magic fire," he said to his wife. "Put the parrot on that branch. He will be quite safe. And go yourself to a little distance. If you stay too near, you may get your head crushed in their fall." At these words, the parrot suddenly remembered the prophecy of Ismanor, and held himself ready, his heart beating at the thought that in one of those trees he beheld Hermosa. Meanwhile, the magician took a spade and loosened the earth of the roots of the 3 trees so that they might fall all together. Directly the parrot observed them totter, he spread his wings and flew right under the middle one, which was the most beautiful of the 3. There was a crash. Then Lino and Hermosa stood facing each other, clasped hand in hand. After the first few moments, the princess's thoughts turned to her mother, and falling at the feet of the magician, who was smiling with delight at the success of his plan, she implored him to help them once more, and to give the swan fairy back her proper shape. "That is not so easy," said he, "but I will try what I can do." And transporting himself to his palace to obtain a little bottle of poisoned water, he waited till nightfall and started at once for Ismenor's tower. Of course, had Ismenor consulted his books, he would have seen what his enemy was doing. He might have protected himself, but he had been eating and drinking too much, and had gone to bed, sleeping heavily, changing himself into a bat. The magician flew into the room, and hiding himself in the curtains, he poured all the liquid over Ismenor's face, so that he died without a groan. At the same instant, the swan fairy became a woman again. For no magician, however powerful, can work spells which last beyond his own life. So when the swan fairy returned to her capital, she found all her courtiers waiting at the gate to receive her, and in their midst, beaming with happiness, Hermosa and King Lino. Standing behind them, though a long way off, was Rabbo. But his dirty clothes had given place to clean ones, when his earnest desire was granted, and the princess had made him head of her stables. And here we must bid them an all farewell, feeling sure they will have many years of happiness before them after the terrible trials through which they have passed. Geirlaug, the king's daughter. One day, a powerful king and his beautiful wife were sitting in the gardens of their capital city, talking earnestly about the future life of their little son, who was sleeping by their side in his beautiful golden cradle. They had been married for many years without children, so when this baby came, they thought themselves the happiest couple in the whole world. He was a fine, sturdy little boy who loved to kick and to strike out with his fists. But even if he had been weak and small, they would still have thought him the most wonderful creature upon earth, and so absorbed were they in making plans for him that they never noticed a huge dark shadow creeping up, till a horrible head with gleaming teeth stretched over them, and in an instant their beloved baby was snatched away. For a while, the king and queen remained where they were, speechless with horror. Then the king rose slowly, and holding out his hand to his wife, led her weeping into the palace. And for many days their subjects saw no more of them. Meanwhile, the dragon soared high into the air, holding the cradle between his teeth, and the baby still slept on. He flew so fast that he soon crossed the borders of another kingdom, and again he beheld the king and queen of the country seated in the garden, with a little girl lying in a wonderful cradle of white satin and lace. Swooping down from behind, as he had done before, he was just about to seize the cradle, when the king jumped up and dealt him such a blow with his golden staff that the dragon not only started back, but in his pain let fall the boy, as he spread his wings and soared into the air, away from all danger. "That was a narrow escape," said the king, turning to his wife, who sat pale with fright and clasping her baby tightly in her arms. "Frightful," murmured the queen. "But look, what is that glittering object that is lying out there?" The king walked in the direction of her finger, and to his astonishment beheld another cradle and another baby. "Ah, the monster must have stolen this as he sought to steal Gerlog," cried he. And stooping lower, he read some words that were written on the fine linen that was wound round the boy. "This is Grethari, son of Grethari the king." Unfortunately, it happened that the two neighboring monarchs had had a serious quarrel, and for some years had ceased holding communication with each other. So, instead of sending a messenger at once to Grethari to tell him of the safety of his son, the king contented himself with adopting the baby, which was brought up with Gerlog the princess. For a while, things went well with the children, who were as happy as the day was long. But at last there came a time when the queen could no more run races or play at hide and seek with them in the garden as she was so fond of doing, but lay and watched them from a pile of soft cushions. By and by, she gave up doing even that, and people in the palace spoke with low voices, and even Gerlog and Grethari trod gently and moved quietly when they drew near her room. At length, one morning, they were sent for by the king himself, who, his eyes red with weeping, told them that the queen was dead. Great was the sorrow of the two children, for they had loved the queen very dearly, and life seemed dull without her. But the lady-in-waiting, who took care of them in the tower which had been built for them while they were still babies, was kind and good. And when the king was busy or away in other parts of his kingdom, she made them quite happy, and saw that they were taught everything that a prince and princess ought to know. Thus, 2 or 3 years passed, when, one day, as the children were anxiously awaiting their father's return from a distant city, there rode post-haste into the courtyard of the palace a herald, whom the king had sent before him, to say that he was bringing back a new wife. Now, in itself, there was nothing very strange or dreadful in the fact that the king should marry again. But, as the old lady-in-waiting soon guessed, the queen, in spite of her beauty, was a witch. And as it was easy to see that she was jealous of everyone who might gain power over her husband, it boded ill for Gerlog and Grethari. The faithful woman could not sleep for thinking about her charges, and her soul sank when, a few months after the marriage, war broke out with a country across the seas, and the king rode away at the head of his troops. Then there happened what she had so long expected. One night, when, unlike her usual habit, she was sleeping soundly. Afterwards, she felt sure that a drug had been put into her food. The witch came to the tower. Exactly what she did there, no one knew. But when the sun rose, the beds of Grethari and Gearlog were empty. At dawn, the queen summoned some of her guards and told them that she had been warned in a dream that some evil fate would befall her through a wild beast, and bade them go out and kill every animal within 2 miles of the palace. But the only beasts they found were 2 black foals of wondrous beauty, fitted for the king's riding. It seemed a pity to kill them, for what harm could 2 little foals do anyone? So they let them run away, frisking over the plain, and returned to the palace. "Did you see nothing? Really nothing?" asked the queen when they again appeared before her. "Nothing, your majesty," they replied. But the queen did not believe them, and when they were gone, she gave orders to her steward that at supper the guards should be well plied with strong drink, so that their tongues should be loosened. And further, that he was to give heed to their babble, and report to her whatever they might let fall. "Your Majesty's commands have been obeyed," said the steward, when, late in the evening, he begged admittance to the royal apartments. "But after all, the men have told you the truth. I listened to their talk from beginning to end, and nothing did they see save 2 black foals." He might have added more, but the look in the queen's blazing eyes terrified him, and bowing hastily, he backed quickly out of her presence. In a week's time, the king came home, and right glad were all the courtiers to see him. "Now, perhaps she will find someone else to scream at," whispered they amongst themselves. She was the queen who had vented her rage on her attendants during these days. Though what had happened to make her so angry, nobody knew. But whatever might be the meaning of it, things would be sure to improve with the king to rule in the palace instead of his wife. Unfortunately, their joy only lasted a short while. For the very first night after the king's arrival, the queen related the evil dream she had dreamt in his absence, and begged him to go out the next morning and kill every living creature he saw within 2 miles of the city. The king, who always believed everything the queen said, promised to do as she wished. But before he had ridden through the lovely gardens that surrounded the palace, he was attracted by the singing of 2 little blue birds perched on a scarlet-berried holly, which made him think of everything beautiful that he had ever heard of or imagined. Hour after hour passed by, and still the birds sang, and still the king listened, though of course he never guessed that it was Gearlog and Grethari whose notes filled him with enchantment. At length, darkness fell. The birds' voices were hushed, and the king awoke with a start to find that for that day his promise to the queen could not be kept. "Well, did you see anything?" she asked eagerly when the king entered her apartments. "Ah, my dear, I am almost ashamed to confess to you. But the fact is that before I rode as far as the western gate, the singing of two strange little blue birds made me forget all else in the world, and you will hardly believe it. But not until it grew dark did I remember where I was and what I should have been doing. However, tomorrow nothing shall hinder me from fulfilling your desires. There will be no tomorrow," muttered the queen, as she turned away with a curious glitter in her eyes. But the king did not hear her. That night, the king gave a great supper in the palace in honor of the victory he had gained over the enemy. The 3 men whom the queen had sent forth to slay the wild beasts held positions of trust in the household, for to them was committed the custody of the queen's person. And on the occasion of a feast, their places were always next that of the king. So it was easy for the queen to scatter a slow but fatal poison in their cups without anyone being the wiser. Before dawn, the palace was roused by the news that the king was dead, and that the 3 officers of the guards were dying also. Of course, nobody's cries and laments were as loud as those of the queen. But when once the splendid funeral was over, she gave out that she was going to shut herself up in a distant castle till the year of her mourning was over. And after appointing a regent of the kingdom, she set out attended only by a maid who knew all her secrets. Once she had left the palace, she quickly began to work her spells, to discover under what form Geirlaug and Grithari lay hidden. Happily, the princess had studied magic under a former governess, so was able to fathom her stepmother's wicked plot, and hastily changed herself into a whale, and her foster brother into its fin. Then the queen took the shape of a shark and gave chase. For several hours, a fierce battle raged between the whale and the shark, and the sea around was red with blood. First, one of the combatants got the better, and then the other. But at length, it became plain to the crowd of little fishes gathered round to watch that the victory would be to the whale. And so it was. But when, after a mighty struggle, the shark floated dead and harmless on the surface of the water, the whale was so exhausted that she had only strength enough to drag her wounded body into a quiet little bay. And for 3 days she remained there, as still and motionless as if she had been dead herself. At the end of the 3 days, her wounds were healed, and she began to think what it was best to do. "Let us go back to your father's kingdom," she said to Grithari, when they had both resumed their proper shapes and were sitting on a high cliff above the sea. "How clever you are! I never should have thought of that," answered Grithari, who, in truth, was not clever at all. But Geirlaug took a small box of white powder from her dress and sprinkled some over him and some over herself. And quicker than lightning, they found themselves in the palace grounds from which Grithari had been carried off by the dragon so many years before. "Now take up the band with the golden letters and bind it about your forehead," said Geirlaug, "and go boldly up to the castle. And remember, however great may be your thirst, you must drink nothing till you have first spoken to your father. If you do, ill will befall us both." "Why should I be thirsty?" replied Grithari, staring at her in astonishment. "It will not take me 5 minutes to reach the castle gate." Geirlaug held her peace, but her eyes had in them a sad look. "Goodbye," she said at last, and she turned and kissed him. Grithari had spoken truly when he declared that he could easily get to the castle in 5 minutes. At least, no one would have dreamed that it could possibly take any longer. Yet, to his surprise, the door, which stood so widely open that he could see the color of the hangings within, never appeared to grow any nearer, while each moment the sun burned more hotly, and his tongue was parched with thirst. "I don't understand. What can be the matter with me? And why haven't I reached the castle long ago?" he murmured to himself, as his knees began to knock under him with fatigue, and his head to swim. For a few more paces, he staggered on blindly, when, suddenly, the sound of rushing water smote upon his ears, and in a little wood that bordered the path, he beheld a stream falling over a rock. At this sight, his promise to Geirlaug was forgotten. Fighting his way through the brambles that tore his clothes, he cast himself down beside the fountain, and seizing the golden cup that hung from a tree, he drank a deep draught. When he rose up, the remembrance of Geirlaug and of his past life had vanished, and instead, something stirred dimly within him at the vision of the white-haired man and woman who stood in the open door with outstretched hands. "Grithari, Grithari, so you have come home at last," cried they. For 3 hours, Geirlaug waited in the spot where Grithari had left her, and then she began to understand what had happened. Her heart was heavy, but she soon made up her mind what to do, and pushing her way out of the wood, she skirted the high wall that enclosed the royal park and gardens, till she reached a small house where the forester lived with his 2 daughters. "Do you want a girl to sweep and to milk the cows?" asked she, when one of the sisters answered her knock. "Yes, we do, very badly. And as you look strong and clean, we will take you for a servant, if you like to come," replied the young woman. "But first, what is your name?" "Laufrtha," said Geirlaug quickly, for she did not wish anyone to know who she was, and following her new mistress into the house, she begged to be taught her work without delay. And so clever was she that, by and by, it began to be noised abroad that the strange girl who had come to live in the forester's house had not her equal in the whole kingdom for skill as well as beauty. Thus the years slipped away, during which Geirlaug grew to be a woman. Now and then she caught glimpses of Grethari as he rode out to hunt in the forest. But when she saw him coming, she hid herself behind the great trees, for her heart was still sore at his forgetfulness. One day, however, when she was gathering herbs, he came upon her suddenly, before she had time to escape, though as she had stained her face and hands brown, and covered her beautiful hair with a scarlet cap, he did not guess her to be his foster sister. "What is your name, pretty maiden?" asked he. "Laufrtha," answered the girl with a low courtesy. "Ah, it is you, then, of whom I have heard so much," said he. "You are too beautiful to spend your life serving the forester's daughters. Come with me to the palace, and my mother, the queen, will make you one of her ladies in waiting." "Truly, that would be a great fortune," replied the maiden. "And if you really mean it, I will go with you. But how shall I know that you are not jesting? Give me something to do for you, and I will do it, whatever it is," cried the young man eagerly. And she cast down her eyes and answered, "Go to the stable and bind the calf that is there, so that it shall not break loose in the night and wander away. For the forester and his daughters have treated me well, and I would not leave them with aught of my work still undone." So Grethari set out for the stable where the calf stood, and wound the rope about its horns. But when he had made it fast to the wall, he found that a coil of the rope had twisted itself round his wrist, and pull as he might, he could not get free. All night he wriggled and struggled till he was half dead with fatigue. But when the sun rose, the rope suddenly fell away from him, and very angry with the maiden, he dragged himself back to the palace. "She is a witch," he muttered crossly to himself, "and I will have no more to do with her." And he flung himself on his bed and slept all day. Not long after this adventure, the king and queen sent their beloved son on an embassy to a neighboring country to seek a bride from amongst the 7 princesses. The most beautiful of all was, of course, the one chosen, and the young pair took ship without delay for the kingdom of the prince's parents. The wind was fair, and the vessel so swift that in less time than could have been expected, the harbor nearest the castle was reached. A splendid carriage had been left in readiness close to the beach, but no horses were to be found, for everyone had been carried off to take part in a great review which the king was to hold that day in honor of his son's marriage. "I can't stay here all day," said the princess crossly when Grithari told her of the plight they were in. "I am perfectly worn out as it is, and you will have to find something to draw the carriage. If it is only a donkey. If you don't, I will sail back straight to my father." Poor Grithari was much troubled by the words of the princess. Not that he felt so very much in love with her, for during the voyage she had shown him several times how vain and bad-tempered she was. But as a prince and a bridegroom, he could not, of course, bear to think that any slight had been put upon her. So he hastily bade his attendants to go in search of some animal, and bring it at once to the place at which they were waiting. During the long pause, the princess sat in the beautiful golden coach, her blue velvet mantle powdered with silver bees drawn closely round her, so that not even the tip of her nose could be seen. At length, a girl appeared driving a young ox in front of her, followed by one of the prince's messengers, who was talking eagerly. "Will you lend me your ox, fair maiden?" asked Grithari, jumping up and going to meet them. "You shall fix your own price, and it shall be paid ungrudgingly, for never before was king's son in such a plight. My price is seats for me and my 2 friends behind you and your bride at the wedding feast," answered she. And to this Grithari joyfully consented. 6 horses would not have drawn the coach at the speed of this one ox. Trees and fields flew by so fast that the bride became quite giddy, and expected, besides, that they would be upset every moment. But in spite of her fears, nothing happened, and they drew up in safety at the door of the palace, to the great surprise of the king and queen. The marriage preparations were hurried on, and by the end of the week, everything was ready. It was, perhaps, fortunate that the princess was too busy with her clothes and her jewels during this period to pay much heed to Grithari, so that by the time the wedding day came round, he had almost forgotten how cross and rude she had been on the journey. The oldest men and women in the town agreed that nothing so splendid had ever been seen as the bridal procession to the great hall, where the banquet was to be held, before the ceremony was celebrated in the palace. the princess was in high good humor, feeling that all eyes were upon her, and bowed and smiled, right and left. Taking the prince's hand, she sailed proudly down the room, where the guests were already assembled, to her place at the head of the table by the side of the bridegroom. As she did so, 3 strange ladies in shining dresses of blue, green, and red glided in and seated themselves on a vacant bench immediately behind the young couple. The red lady was Geirlaug, who had brought with her the forester's daughters, and in one hand she held a wand of birch bark, and in the other a closed basket. Silently they sat as the feast proceeded. Hardly anyone noticed their presence, or, if they did, supposed them to be attendants of their future queen. Suddenly, when the merriment was at its height, Geirlaug opened the basket, and out flew a cock and hen. To the astonishment of everyone, the birds circled about in front of the royal pair, the cock plucking the feathers out of the tail of the hen, who tried in vain to escape from him. "Will you treat me as badly as Grethari treated Geirlaug?" cried the hen at last. And Grethari heard, and started up wildly. In an instant, all the past rushed back to him. The princess by his side was forgotten, and he only saw the face of the child with whom he had played long years ago. "Where is Geirlaug?" he exclaimed, looking round the hall, and his eyes fell upon the strange lady. With a smile, she held out a ring which he had given her on her 12th birthday, when they were still children, without a thought of the future. "You and none other shall be my wife," he said, taking her hand and leading her into the middle of the company. It is not easy to describe the scene that followed. Of course, nobody understood what had occurred, and the king and queen imagined that their son had suddenly gone mad. As for the princess, her rage and fury were beyond belief. The guests left the hall as quickly as they could, so that the royal family might arrange their own affairs. And in the end, it was settled that half the kingdom must be given to the despised princess instead of a husband. She sailed back at once to her country, where she was soon betrothed to a young noble whom, in reality, she liked much better than Grethari. That evening, Grethari was married to Geirlaug, and they lived happily till they died, and made all their people happy also. The story of Little King Loc. 2 or 3 miles from the coast of France, anyone sailing in a ship on a calm day can see deep, deep down the trunks of great trees standing up in the water. Many hundreds of years ago, these trees formed part of a large forest, full of all sorts of wild animals. And beyond the forest, was a fine city, guarded by a castle in which dwelt the Dukes of Clarides. But little by little, the sea drew nearer to the town. The foundations of the houses became undermined and fell in, and at length a shining sea flowed over the land. However, all this happened a long time after the story I am going to tell you. The Dukes of Clarides had always lived in the midst of their people and protected them both in war and peace. At the period when this tale begins, the Duke Robert was dead, leaving a young and beautiful duchess who ruled in his stead. Of course, everyone expected her to marry again, but she refused all suitors who sought her hand, saying that, having only one soul, she could have only one husband, and that her baby daughter was quite enough for her. One day, she was sitting in the tower, which looked out over a rocky heath covered in summer with purple and yellow flowers, when she beheld a troop of horsemen riding towards the castle. In the midst, seated on a white horse with black and silver trappings, was a lady whom the Duchess at once knew to be her friend, the Countess of Blancheland, a young widow like herself, mother of a little boy 2 years older than Abbé de Clarides. The Duchess hailed her arrival with delight, but her joy was soon turned into weeping when the Countess sank down beside her on a pile of cushions and told the reason of her visit. "As you know," she said, taking her friend's hand and pressing it between her own, "whenever a Countess of Blancheland is about to die, she finds a white rose lying on her pillow. Last night, I went to bed feeling unusually happy, but this morning, when I woke, the rose was resting against my cheek. I have no one to help me in the world but you, and I have come to ask if you will take Yori, my son, and let him be a brother to Abiel." Tears choked the voice of the Duchess, but she flung herself on the Countess's neck and pressed her close. Silently, the two women took leave of each other, and silently the doomed lady mounted her horse and rode home again. Then, giving her sleeping boy into the care of Francoeur, her steward, she laid herself quietly on her bed, where the next morning they found her dead and peaceful. So Yori and Abola grew up side by side, and the Duchess faithfully kept her promise and was a mother to them both. As they got bigger, she often took them with her on her journeys through her duchy and taught them to know her people and to pity and to aid them. It was on one of these journeys that, after passing through meadows covered with flowers, Yuri caught sight of a great glittering expanse lying beneath some distant mountains. "What is that, godmother?" he asked, waving his hand. "The shield of a giant, I suppose," No, a silver plate as big as the moon, said Abil, twisting herself round on her pony. It is neither a silver plate nor a giant's shield, replied the Duchess, but a beautiful lake. Still, in spite of its beauty, it is dangerous to go near it, for in its depths dwell some undines, or water spirits, who lure all passers-by to their deaths. Nothing more was said about the lake, but the children did not forget it. And one morning, after they had returned to the castle, Abila came up to Yuri. "The tower door is open," whispered she. "Let us go up. Perhaps we shall find some fairies." But they did not find any fairies. Only when they reached the roof, the lake looked bluer and more enchanting than ever. Abeila gazed at it for a moment, and then she said, "Do you see? I mean to go there." "But you mustn't," cried Yuri. "You heard what your mother said. And besides, it is so far. How could we get there?" "You ought to know that," answered Abeila scornfully. "What is the good of being a man and learning all sorts of things, if you have to ask me? However, there are plenty of other men in the world, and I shall get one of them to tell me." Yuri colored. Abeila had never spoken like this before, and instead of being 2 years younger than himself, she suddenly seemed many years older. She stood with her mocking eyes fixed on him till he grew angry at being outdone by a girl. And taking her hand, he said boldly, "Very well, we will both go to the lake." The next afternoon, when the Duchess was working at her tapestry, surrounded by her maidens, the children went out, as usual, to play in the garden. The moment they found themselves alone, Yuri turned to Abeila, and holding out his hand, said, "Come." "Come where?" asked Abeila, opening her eyes very wide. "To the lake, of course," answered the boy. Abeil was silent. It was one thing to pretend you meant to be disobedient someday, a long time off, and quite another to start for such a distant place without anyone knowing that you had left the garden. And in satin shoes, too. How stupid boys were, to be sure. "Stupid or not, I am going to the lake, and you are going with me," said Yuri, who had not forgotten or forgiven the look she had cast on him the day before. "Unless," added he, "you are afraid, and in that case I shall go alone." This was too much for Abeila. Bursting into tears, she flung herself on Yuri's neck and declared that wherever he went, she would go too. So, peace having been made between them, they set out. It was a hot day, and the townspeople were indoors, waiting till the sun was low in the sky before they set out either to work or play. So the children passed through the streets unperceived and crossed the river by the bridge into the flowery meadows along the road by which they had ridden with the Duchess. By and by, Abail began to feel thirsty, but the sun had drunk up all the water, and not a drop was left for her. They walked on a little further, and by good luck found a cherry tree covered with ripe fruit. And after a rest and a refreshing meal, they were sure that they were strong enough to reach the lake in a few minutes. But soon Abaila began to limp, and to say that her foot hurt her, and Yori had to untie the ribbons that fastened her shoe and see what was the matter. A stone had got in, so this was easily set right, and for a while they skipped along the path singing and chattering, till Abaila stopped again. This time her shoe had come off, and turning to pick it up, she caught sight of the towers of the castle, looking such a long way off that her heart sank, and she burst into tears. "It is getting dark, and the wolves will eat us," sobbed she. But Yori put his arms round her and comforted her. "Why, we are close to the lake now. There is nothing to be afraid of. We shall be home again to supper," cried he. And Abail dried her eyes and trotted on beside him. Yes, the lake was there, blue and silvery, with purple and gold irises growing on its banks, and white water lilies floated on its bosom. Not a trace was there of a man, or of one of the great beasts so much feared by Abail, but only the marks of tiny forked feet on the sand. The little girl at once pulled off her torn shoes and stockings and let the water flow over her, while Yori looked about for some nuts or strawberries, but none were to be found. "I noticed, a little way back, a clump of blackberry bushes," said he. "Wait here for me, and I will go and gather some fruit, and after that we will start home again." And Abail, leaning her head drowsily against a cushion of soft moss, murmured something in reply, and soon fell asleep. In her dream, a crow, bearing the smallest man that ever was seen, appeared hovering for a moment above her, and then vanished. At the same instant, Yori returned and placed by her side a large leaf full of strawberries. "It is a pity to wake her just yet," thought he, and wandered off beyond a clump of silvery willows to a spot from which he could get a view of the whole lake. In the moonlight, the light mist that hung over the surface made it look like fairyland. Then, gradually, the silver veil seemed to break up, and the shapes of fair women with outstretched hands and long green locks floated towards him. Seized with a sudden fright, the boy turned to fly. But it was too late. Unconscious of the terrible doom that had befallen her foster brother, Abail slept on, and did not awake even when a crowd of little men with white beards down to their knees came and stood in a circle round her. "What shall we do with her?" asked Pick, who seemed older than any of them, though they were all very old. "Build a cage and put her into it," answered Rug. "No, no, what should such a beautiful princess do in a cage?" cried Dig. And Tad, who was the kindest of them all, proposed to carry her home to her parents. But the other gnomes were too pleased with their new toy to listen to this for a moment. "Look, she is waking," whispered Pau. And as he spoke, Abeila slowly opened her eyes. At first, she imagined she was still dreaming. But as the little men did not move, it suddenly dawned upon her that they were real. And starting to her feet, she called loudly, "Yuri, Yuri, where are you?" At the sound of her voice, the gnomes only pressed more closely round her, and, trembling with fear, she hid her face in her hands. The gnomes were at first much puzzled to know what to do. Then Tad, climbing on a branch of the willow tree that hung over her, stooped down and gently stroked her fingers. The child understood that he meant to be kind, and letting her hands fall, gazed at her captors. After an instant's pause, she said, "Little men, it is a great pity that you are so ugly. But all the same, I will love you if you will only give me something to eat, as I am dying of hunger." A rustle was heard among the group as she spoke. Some were very angry at being called ugly, and said she deserved no better fate than to be left where she was. Others laughed, and declared that it did not matter what a mere mortal thought about them, while Tad bade Bog, their messenger, fetch her some milk and honey, and the finest white bread that was made in their ovens under the earth. In less time than Abeila would have taken to tie her shoe, he was back again, mounted on his crow. And by the time she had eaten the bread and honey and drunk the milk, Abeil was not frightened anymore and felt quite ready to talk. "Little men," she said, looking up with a smile, "your supper was very good, and I thank you for it. My name is Abeila, and my brother is called Yuri. Help me to find him, and tell me which is the path that leads to the castle, for Mother must think something dreadful has happened to us." "But your feet are so sore that you cannot walk," answered Dig, "and we may not cross the bounds into your country. The best we can do is to make a litter of twigs and cover it with moss, and we will bear you into the mountains and present you to our king." Now, many a little girl would have been terrified at the thought of being carried off alone. She did not know where. But Abeila, when she had recovered from her first fright, was pleased at the notion of her strange adventure. How much she would have to tell her mother and Yuri on her return. Probably they would never go inside a mountain if they lived to be 100. So she curled herself comfortably on her nest of moss and waited to see what would happen. Up and up and up they went, and by, Abiel fell asleep again, and did not wake till the sun was shining. Up and up and up, for the little men could only walk very slowly, though they could spring over rocks quicker than any mortal. Suddenly, the light that streamed through the branches of the litter began to change. It seemed hardly less bright, but it was certainly different. Then the litter was put down, and the gnomes crowded round and helped Abila to step out of it. Before her stood a little man, not half her size, but splendidly dressed and full of dignity. On his head was a crown of such huge diamonds that you wondered how his small body could support it. A royal mantle fell from his shoulders, and in his hand he held a lance. "King Loc," said one of the forest gnomes, "we found this beautiful child asleep by the lake and have brought her to you. She says that her name is Abiel, and her mother is the Duchess de Claride." "You have done well," answered the king. "She shall be one of us." And standing on tiptoe so that he could kiss her hand, he told her that they would all take care of her and make her happy, and that anything she wished for, she should have at once. "I want a pair of shoes," replied Abiela. "Shoes," commanded the king, striking the ground with his lance. And immediately a lovely pair of silver shoes, embroidered with pearls, were slipped on her feet by one of the gnomes. "They are beautiful shoes," said Abiela, rather doubtfully. "But do you think they will carry me all the way back to my mother?" "No, they are not meant for rough roads," replied the king, "but for walking about the smooth paths of the mountain, for we have many wonders to show you." "Little King Loc," answered Abiela, "take away these beautiful slippers and give me a pair of wooden shoes instead, and let me go back to my mother." But King Loc only shook his head. "Little King Loc," said Abiel again, and this time her voice trembled. "Let me go back to my mother and Yuri, and I will love you with all my heart, nearly as well as I love them." "Who is Yuri?" asked King Loc. "Why, Yuri, who has lived with us since I was a baby," replied Abila, surprised that he did not know what everyone else was aware of, and never guessing that by mentioning the boy, she was sealing her own fate. For King Loc had already thought what a good wife she would make him in a few years' time, and he did not want Yuri to come between them. So he was silent, and Abila, seeing he was not pleased, burst into tears. "Little King Loc," she cried, taking hold of a corner of his mantle. "Think how unhappy my mother will be. She will fancy that wild beasts have eaten me, or that I have got drowned in the lake." "Be comforted," replied King Loc. "I will send her a dream, so that she shall know that you are safe." At this, Abiel's sad face brightened. "Little King Loc," she said, smiling, "how clever you are. But you must send her a dream every night, so that she shall see me, and me a dream, so that I may see her." And this King Loc promised to do. When Abiela grew accustomed to do without her mother and Yuri, she made herself happy enough in her new home. Everyone was kind to her and petted her. And then there were such quantities of new things for her to see. The gnomes were always busy and knew how to fashion beautiful toys as well, or better than the people who lived on the earth. And now and then, wandering with Tad or Dig in the underground passages, Abiel would catch a glimpse of blue sky through a rent in the rocks, and this she loved best of all. In this manner, 6 years passed away. "His Highness King Loc wishes to see you in his presence chamber," said Tad one morning to Abiel, who was singing to herself on a golden lute. And Abiel, wondering why the king had grown so formal all of a sudden, got up obediently. Directly she appeared, King Loc opened a door in the wall, which led into his treasure chamber. Abiela had never been there before, and was amazed at the splendid things heaped up before her. Gold, jewels, brocades, carpets lay round the walls, and she walked about examining one glittering object after another, while King Loc mounted a throne of gold and ivory at one end of the hall and watched her. "Choose whatever you wish," he said at last. A necklace of most lovely pearls was hanging from the wall, and after hesitating for a moment between that and a circlet of diamonds and sapphires, Abiel stretched up her hand towards it. But before she touched it, her eyes lighted on a tiny piece of sky visible through a crack of the rock, and her hand dropped by her side. "Little King Loc, let me go up to the earth once again," she said. Then King Loc made a sign to the treasurer, who opened a coffer full of nothing but precious stones, larger and more dazzling than were worn by any earthly monarch. "Choose what you will, Abiela," whispered King Loc. But Abiel only shook her head. "A drop of dew in the garden at Clarides is brighter to me than the best of those diamonds," she answered. "And the bluest of the stones are not as blue as the eyes of Yuri." And as she spoke, a sharp pain ran through the heart of King Loc. For an instant, he said nothing. Then he lifted his head and looked at her. "Only those who despise riches should possess them. Take this crown. From henceforth, you are the princess of the gnomes." During 30 days, no work was done in those underground regions, for a feast was held in honor of the new princess. At the end of that period, the king appeared before Abeila, clad in his most splendid garments, and solemnly asked her to be his wife. "Little King Loc," answered the girl, "I love you as you are, for your goodness and kindness to me. But never, never can I love you as anything else." The king sighed. It was only what he had expected. Still, his disappointment was great, though he tried bravely to hide it, and even to smile as he said, "Then, Abeila, will you promise me one thing? If there should come a day when you find that there is somebody whom you could love, will you tell me?" And in her turn, Abeila promised. After this, in spite of the fact that everyone was just as kind to her as before, Abeila was no longer the merry child who passed all her days playing with the little gnomes. People who dwell under the earth grow up much faster than those who live on its surface, and at 13, the girl was already a woman. Besides, King Loc's words had set her thinking. She spent many hours by herself, and her face was no longer round and rosy, but thin and pale. It was in vain that the gnomes did their best to entice her into her old games. They had lost their interest, and even her lute lay unnoticed on the ground. But one morning, a change seemed to come over her. Leaving the room hung with beautiful silks, where she usually sat alone, she entered the king's presence, and taking his hand, she led him through long corridors till they came to a place where a strip of blue sky was to be seen. "Little King Loc," she said, turning her eyes upon him, "let me behold my mother again, or I shall surely die." Her voice shook, and her whole body trembled. Even an enemy might have pitied her, but the king, who loved her, answered nothing. All day long, Abeila stayed there, watching the light fade and the sky grow pale. By and by, the stars came out, but the girl never moved from her place. Suddenly, a hand touched her. She looked round with a start, and there was King Loc, covered from head to foot in a dark mantle, holding another over his arm. "Put on this, and follow me," was all he said. But Abeila somehow knew that she was going to see her mother. On and on, and on they went, through passages where Abeila had never been before, and at length she was out in the world again. Oh, how beautiful it all was! How fresh was the air, and how sweet was the smell of the flowers. She felt as if she should die with joy. But at that moment, King Loc lifted her off the ground, and, tiny though he was, carried her quite easily across the garden and through an open door into the silent castle. "Listen, Abeille," he whispered softly. "You have guessed where we are going, and you know that every night I send your mother a vision of you, and she talks to it in her dream and smiles at it. Tonight it will be no vision she sees, but you yourself. Only remember that if you touch her or speak to her, my power is lost, and never more will she behold either you or your image." By this time, they had reached the room which Abeille knew so well, and her heart beat violently as the gnome carried her over the threshold. By the light of a lamp hanging over the bed, Abeille could see her mother, beautiful still, but with a face that had grown pale and sad. As she gazed, the sadness vanished, and a bright smile came in its stead. Her mother's arms were stretched out towards her, and the girl, her eyes filled with tears of joy, was stooping to meet them, when King Loc hastily snatched her up and bore her back to the realm of the gnomes. If the king imagined that by granting Abeille's request he would make her happy, he soon found out his mistake. For all day long the girl sat weeping, paving no heed to the efforts of her friends to comfort her. "Tell me what is making you so unhappy," said King Loc at last. And Abeille answered, "Little King Loc, and all my friends here, you are so good and kind that I know that you are miserable when I am in trouble. I would be happy if I could, but it is stronger than I. I am weeping because I shall never see again Youri de Blancheland, whom I love with all my heart. It is a worse grief than parting with my mother, for at least I know where she is and what she is doing, while as for Youri, I cannot tell if he is dead or alive." The gnomes were all silent. Kind as they were not mortals, and had never felt either great joys or deep sorrows. Only King Loc dimly guessed at something of both, and he went away to consult an old gnome who lived in the lowest depth of the mountain, and had spectacles of every sort that enabled him to see all that was happening, not only on the earth, but under the sea. Nur, for such was his name, tried many of these spectacles before he could discover anything about Youri de Blanchelande. "There he is," he cried at last. "He is sitting in the palace of the Undines, under the great lake, but he does not like his prison, and longs to be back in the world, doing great deeds." It was true. In the 7 years that had passed since he had left the castle of Clarides to go with Abeille to the Blue Lake, Youri, in his turn, had become a man. The older he grew, the more weary he got of the petting and spoiling he received at the hands of the green-haired maidens, till one day he flung himself at the feet of the Undine Queen and implored permission to return to his old home. The Queen stooped down and stroked his hair. "We cannot spare you," she murmured gently. "Stay here, and you shall be king, and marry me." "But it is Abela I want to marry," said the youth boldly. But he might as well have talked to the winds, for at last the Queen grew angry and ordered him to be put in a crystal cage which was built for him round a pointed rock. It was here that King Loc, aided by the spectacles of Noor, found him after many weeks' journey. As we know, the gnomes walk slowly, and the way was long and difficult. Luckily, before he started, he had taken with him his magic ring, and the moment it touched the wall, the crystal cage split from top to bottom. "Follow that path, and you will find yourself in the world again," he said to Yori, and without waiting to listen to the young man's thanks, set out on the road he had come. "Bog!" he cried to the little man on the crow who had ridden to meet him. "Hasten to the palace and inform the Princess Abeille that Yori de Blancheland, for 7 years a captive in the kingdom of the Undines, has now returned to the castle of Clarides." The first person whom Yori met as he came out of the mountain was the tailor who had made all his clothes from the time that he came to live at the castle. Of this old friend, who was nearly beside himself with joy at the sight of the little master, lost for so many years, the Count begged for news of his foster mother, and Abila. "Alas, my lord, where can you have been, that you do not know that the Princess Abila was carried off by the gnomes on the very day that you disappeared yourself? At least, so we guess. Ah, that day has left many a mark on our Duchess. Yet she is not without a gleam of hope that her daughter is living yet. For every night the poor mother is visited by a dream which tells her all that the princess is doing." The good man went on to tell of all the changes that 7 years had brought about in the village, but Yori heard nothing that he said, for his mind was busy with thoughts of Abele. At length he roused himself, and ashamed of his delay, he hastened to the chamber of the Duchess, who held him in her arms as if she would never let him go. By and by, however, when she became calmer, he began to question her about Abela and how best to deliver her from the power of the gnomes. The Duchess then told him that she had sent out men in all directions to look for the children directly they were found to be missing, and that one of them had noticed a troop of little men far away on the mountains, evidently carrying a litter. He was hastening after them, when, at his feet, he beheld a tiny satin slipper, which he stooped to pick up. But as he did so, a dozen of the gnomes had swarmed upon him like flies, and beat him about the head till he dropped the slipper, which they took away with them, leaving the poor man dizzy with pain. When he recovered his senses, the group on the mountain had disappeared. That night, when everyone was asleep, Yuri and his old servant, Francoeur, stole softly down into the armory and dressed themselves in light suits of chain armor, with helmets and short swords, all complete. Then they mounted 2 horses that Francoeur had tied up in the forest, and set forth for the kingdom of the gnomes. At the end of an hour's hard riding, they came to the cavern which Francoeur had heard from childhood led into the center of the earth. Here they dismounted and entered cautiously, expecting to find darkness as thick as what they had left outside. But they had only gone a few steps when they were nearly blinded by a sudden blaze of light, which seemed to proceed from a sort of portcullis door, which barred the way in front of them. "Who are you?" asked a voice, and the Count answered, "Yuri de Blancheland, who has come to rescue Abile de Claride." And at these words, the gate slowly swung open and closed behind the 2 strangers. Yuri listened to the clang with a spasm of fear in his heart. Then the desperate position he was in gave him courage. There was no retreat for him now, and in front was drawn up a large force of gnomes, whose arrows were falling like hail about him. He raised his shield to ward them off, and as he did so, his eyes fell on a little man standing on a rock above the rest, with a crown on his head and a royal mantle on his shoulders. In an instant, Yuri had flung away his shield and sprung forward, regardless of the arrows that still fell about him. "Oh, is it you? Is it really you, my deliverer? And is it your subjects who hold as a captive Abile, whom I love?" "I am King Locke," was the answer, and the figure with the long beard bent his eyes kindly on the eager youth. "If Abile has lived with us all these years, for many of them she was quite happy. But the gnomes, of whom you think so little, are a just people, and they will not keep her against her will. Beg the princess to be good enough to come hither," he added, turning to Rug. Amidst a dead silence, Abigail entered the vast space and looked around her. At first, she saw nothing but a vast host of gnomes perched on the walls and crowding on the floor of the big hall. Then her eyes met those of Yuri, and with a cry that came from her heart, she darted towards him and threw herself on his breast. "Abila," said the king, when he had watched her for a moment with a look of pain on his face. "Is this the man that you wish to marry?" "Yes, little King Lock. This is he, and nobody else. And see how I can laugh now, and how happy I am." And with that, she began to cry. "Hush, Abela. There must be no tears today," said Yori, gently stroking her hair. "Come, dry your eyes, and thank King Lock, who rescued me from the cage in the realm of the Undines." As Yori spoke, Abeila lifted her head, and a great light came into her face. At last she understood. "You did that for me?" she whispered. "Ah, little King Lock." So, loaded with presents, and followed by regrets, Abeila went home. In a few days, the marriage took place. But however happy she was, and however busy she might be, never a month passed by without a visit from Abeila to her friends in the kingdom of the gnomes. A longbow story. One day, a bunya, or banker, was walking along a country road when he overtook a farmer going in the same direction. Now the bunya was very grasping, like most of his class, and was lamenting that he had had no chance of making any money that day. But at the sight of the man in front, he brightened up wonderfully. "That is a piece of luck," he said to himself. "Let me see if this farmer is not good for something." And he hastened his steps. After they had bid one another good day very politely, the bunya said to the farmer, "I was just thinking how dull I felt when I beheld you, but since we are going the same way, I shall find the road quite short in such agreeable company." "With all my heart," replied the farmer. "But what shall we talk about? A city man like you will not care to hear about cattle and crops." "Oh," said the bunya, "I'll tell you what we will do. We will each tell the other the wildest tale we can imagine. And he who first throws doubt on the other's story shall pay him 100 rupees. To this, the farmer agreed, and begged the bunya to begin, as he was the bigger man of the two. And privately, he made up his mind that, however improbable it might be, nothing should induce him to hint that he did not believe in the bunya's tale. Thus, politely pressed, the great man started. "I was going along this road one day when I met a merchant traveling with a great train of camels laden with merchandise." "Very likely," murmured the farmer. "I've seen that kind of thing myself." "No less than 101 camels," continued the bunya, "all tied together by their nose strings, nose to tail, and stretching along the road for almost half a mile." "Well?" said the farmer. "Well, a kite swooped down on the foremost camel and bore him off, struggling, into the air. And by reason of them all being tied together, the other 100 camels had to follow." "Amazing, the strength of that kite," said the farmer. But, well, yes, doubtless, yes, well, 101 camels. And what did he do with them? You doubt it? Demanded the Bunya. Not a bit, said the farmer heartily. Well, continued the Bunya, it happened that the princess of a neighboring kingdom was sitting in her private garden, having her hair combed by her maid, and she was looking upward, with her head thrown back, whilst the maid tugged away at the comb, when that wretched kite, with its prey, went soaring overhead, and, as luck would have it, the camels gave an extra kick just then. The kite lost his hold, and the whole 101 camels dropped right into the princess's left eye. Poor thing, said the farmer. It's so painful having anything in one's eye. Well, said the Bunya, who was now warming to his task. The princess shook her head and sprang up, clapping her hand on her eye. Oh dear, she cried. I've got something in my eye, and how it does smart. It always does, observed the farmer. Perfectly true. Well, what did the poor thing do? At the sound of her cries, the maid came running to her assistance. Let me look, said she, and with that, she gave the princess's eyelid a twitch, and out came a camel, which the maid put in her pocket. Ah, grunted the farmer, and then she just twisted up the corner of her headcloth and fished 100 more of them out of the princess's eye and popped them all into her pocket with the other. Here the Bunya gasped as one who is out of breath, but the farmer looked at him slowly. Well, said he, I can't think of anything more now, replied the Bunya. Besides, that is the end. What do you say to it? Wonderful, replied the farmer, and no doubt perfectly true. Well, it is your turn, said the Bunya. I am so anxious to hear your story. I am sure it will be very interesting. Yes, I think it will, answered the farmer, and he began. My father was a very prosperous man. 5 cows he had, and 3 yoke of oxen, and 6 buffaloes, and goats in abundance. But of all his possessions, the thing he loved best was a mare. A well-bred mare she was. Oh, a very fine mare. Yes, yes, interrupted the Bunya. Get on. I'm getting on, said the farmer. Don't you hurry me. Well, one day, as ill luck would have it, he rode that mare to market with a torn saddle, which galled her so that when they got home, she had a sore on her back as big as the palm of your hand. Yes, said the Bunya impatiently. What next? It was June, said the farmer, and you know how, in June, the air is full of dust storms with rain at times? Well, the poor beast got dust in that wound, and what's more, with the dust some grains of wheat. And what with the dust and the heat and the wet, that wheat sprouted and began to grow. Wheat does when it gets a fair chance, said the bunya. Yes, and the next thing we knew was that there was a crop of wheat on that horse's back, as big as anything you ever saw in 100-acre field, and we had to hire 20 men to reap it. One generally has to hire extra hands for reaping, said the bunya. And we got 400 mons of wheat off that mare's back, continued the farmer. A good crop, murmured the bunya. And your father, said the farmer. A poor wretch with hardly enough to keep body and soul together. The bunya snorted, but was silent. Came to my father, and he said, putting his hands together as humble as could be. The bunya here flashed a furious glance at his companion, but bit his lips and held his peace. I haven't tasted food for a week. Oh, great master, let me have the loan of 16 mons of wheat from your store, and I will repay you. Certainly, neighbor, answered my father. Take what you need, and repay it as you can. Well, demanded the bunya with fury in his eye. Well, he took the wheat away with him, replied the farmer, but he never repaid it, and it's a debt to this day. Sometimes I wonder whether I shall not go to law about it. Then the bunya began running his thumb quickly up and down the fingers of his right hand, and his lips moved in quick calculation. What is the matter? Asked the farmer. The wheat is the cheaper. I'll pay you for the wheat, said the bunya, with the calmness of despair, as he remembered that by his own arrangement he was bound to give the farmer 100 rupees. And to this day, they say in those parts, when a man owes a debt, give me the money, or if not that, give me at least the wheat. Jackal or Tiger. One hot night in Hindustan, a king and queen lay awake in the palace in the midst of the city. Every now and then, a faint air blew through the lattice, and they hoped they were going to sleep, but they never did. Presently, they became more broad awake than ever at the sound of a howl outside the palace. Listen to that tiger, remarked the king. Tiger? Replied the queen. How should there be a tiger inside the city? It was only a jackal. I tell you, it was a tiger, said the king. And I tell you that you were dreaming if you thought it was anything but a jackal, answered the queen. I say it was a tiger, cried the king. Don't contradict me. Nonsense, snapped the queen. It was a jackal. And the dispute waxed so warm that the king said at last, Very well, we'll call the guard and ask. And if it was a jackal, I'll leave this kingdom to you and go away. And if it was a tiger, then you shall go, and I will marry a new wife." "As you like," answered the queen. "There isn't any doubt which it was." So the king called the 2 soldiers who were on guard outside and put the question to them. But whilst the dispute was going on, the king and queen had got so excited and talked so loud that the guards had heard nearly all they said. And one man observed to the other, "Mind you declare that the king is right. It certainly was a jackal. But if we say so, the king will probably not keep his word about going away, and we shall get into trouble. So we had better take his side." To this the other agreed. Therefore, when the king asked them what animal they had seen, both the guards said it was certainly a tiger, and that the king was right, of course, as he always was. The king made no remark, but sent for a palanquin, and ordered the queen to be placed in it, bidding the 4 bearers of the palanquin to take her a long way off into the forest, and there leave her. In spite of her tears, she was forced to obey. And away the bearers went for 3 days and 3 nights, until they came to a dense wood. There they set down the palanquin with the queen in it, and started home again. Now the queen thought to herself that the king could not mean to send her away for good, and that as soon as he had got over his fit of temper, he would summon her back. So she stayed quite still for a long time, listening with all her ears for approaching footsteps, but heard none. After a while, she grew nervous, for she was all alone, and put her head out of the palanquin and looked about her. Day was just breaking, and birds and insects were beginning to stir. The leaves rustled in a warm breeze. But although the queen's eyes wandered in all directions, there was no sign of any human being. Then her spirit gave way, and she began to cry. It so happened that close to the spot where the queen's palanquin had been set down, there dwelt a man who had a tiny farm in the midst of the forest, where he and his wife lived alone, far from any neighbors. As it was hot weather, the farmer had been sleeping on the flat roof of his house, but was awakened by the sound of weeping. He jumped up and ran downstairs as fast as he could, and into the forest towards the place the sound came from. And there he found the palanquin. "Oh, poor soul that weeps," cried the farmer, standing a little way off. "Who are you?" At this salutation from a stranger, the queen grew silent, dreading she knew not what. "Oh, you that weep," repeated the farmer, "fear not to speak to me, for you are to me as a daughter. Tell me, who are you?" His voice was so kind that the queen gathered up her courage and spoke. And when she had told her story, the farmer called his wife, who led her to their house, and gave her food to eat, and a bed to lie on. And in the farm, a few days later, a little prince was born, and by his mother's wish, named Amir Ali. Years passed without a sign from the king. His wife might have been dead for all he seemed to care, though the queen still lived with the farmer. And the little prince had by this time grown up into a strong, handsome, and healthy youth. Out in the forest, they seemed far from the world. Very few ever came near them, and the prince was continually begging his mother and the farmer to be allowed to go away and seek adventures and to make his own living. But she and the wise farmer always counseled him to wait until, at last, when he was 18 years of age, they had not the heart to forbid him any longer. So he started off one early morning, with a sword by his side, a big brass pot to hold water, a few pieces of silver, and a galail, or two-stringed bow, in his hand, with which to shoot birds as he traveled. Many a weary mile he tramped day after day, until one morning he saw before him just such a forest as that in which he had been born and bred, and he stepped joyfully into it, like one who goes to meet an old friend. Presently, as he made his way through a thicket, he saw a pigeon, which he thought would make a good dinner. So he fired a pellet at it from his galail, but missed the pigeon, which fluttered away with a startled clatter. At the same instant, he heard a great clamor from beyond the thicket, and on reaching the spot, he found an ugly old woman, streaming wet and crying loudly as she lifted from her head an earthen vessel with a hole in it from which the water was pouring. When she saw the prince with his galail in his hand, she called out, "Oh, wretched one, why must you choose an old woman like me to play your pranks upon? Where am I to get a fresh pitcher instead of this one that you have broken with your foolish tricks? And how am I to go so far for water twice when one journey wearies me?" "But mother," replied the prince, "I played no trick upon you. I did but shoot at a pigeon that should have served me for dinner, and as my pellet missed it, it must have broken your pitcher. But in exchange, you shall have my brass pot, and that will not break easily. And as for getting water, tell me where to find it, and I'll fetch it while you dry your garments in the sun, and carry it whither you will." At this, the old woman's face brightened. She showed him where to seek the water, and when he returned a few minutes later, with his pot filled to the brim, she led the way without a word, and he followed. In a short while, they came to a hut in the forest, and as they drew near it, Amir Ali beheld in the doorway the loveliest damsel his eyes had ever looked on. At the sight of a stranger, she drew her veil about her and stepped into the hut, and much as he wished to see her again, Amir Ali could think of no excuse by which to bring her back. And so, with a heavy heart, he made his salutation and bade the old woman farewell. But when he had gone a little way, she called after him, "If ever you are in trouble or danger, come to where you now stand and cry, 'Fairy of the forest, Fairy of the forest, help me now,' and I will listen to you." The prince thanked her and continued his journey, but he thought little of the old woman's saying, and much of the lovely damsel. Shortly afterwards, he arrived at a city, and as he was now in great straits, having come to the end of his money, he walked straight to the palace of the king and asked for employment. The king said he had plenty of servants and wanted no more, but the young man pleaded so hard that at last the Raja was sorry for him and promised that he should enter his bodyguard on the condition that he would undertake any service which was especially difficult or dangerous. This was just what Amir Ali wanted, and he agreed to do whatever the king might wish. Soon after this, on a dark and stormy night, when the river roared beneath the palace walls, the sound of a woman weeping and wailing was heard above the storm. The king ordered a servant to go and see what was the matter, but the servant, falling on his knees in terror, begged that he might not be sent on such an errand, particularly on a night so wild when evil spirits and witches were sure to be abroad. Indeed, so frightened was he that the king, who was very kind-hearted, bade another to go in his stead. But each one showed the same strange fear. Then Amir Ali stepped forward. "This is my duty, Your Majesty," he said. "I will go." The king nodded, and off he went. The night was as dark as pitch, and the wind blew furiously and drove the rain in sheets into his face. But he made his way down to the ford under the palace walls and stepped into the flooded water. Inch by inch and foot by foot, he fought his way across, now nearly swept off his feet by some sudden swirl or eddy, now narrowly escaping being caught in the branches of some floating tree that came tossing and swinging down the stream. At length he emerged, panting and dripping wet, on the other side. Close by the bank stood a gallows, and on the gallows hung the body of some evildoer, whilst from the foot of it came the sound of sobbing that the king had heard. Amir Ali was so grieved for the one who wept there that he thought nothing of the wildness of the night or of the roaring river. As for ghosts and witches, they had never troubled him. So he walked up towards the gallows where crouched the figure of the woman. "What ails you?" he said. Now the woman was not really a woman at all, but a horrid kind of witch who really lived in Witchland and had no business on earth. If ever a man strayed into Witchland, the ogresses used to eat him up. And this old witch thought she would like to catch a man for supper. And that is why she had been by and crying, in hopes that someone out of pity might come to her rescue. So when Amir Ali questioned her, she replied, "Ah, kind sir, it is my poor son who hangs upon that gallows. Help me to get him down, and I will bless you forever." Amir Ali thought that her voice sounded rather eager than sorrowful, and he suspected that she was not telling the truth. So he determined to be very cautious. "That will be rather difficult," he said, "for the gallows is high, and we have no ladder." "Ah, but if you will just stoop down and let me climb upon your shoulders," answered the old witch, "I think I could reach him." And her voice now sounded so cruel that Amir Ali was sure that she intended some evil. But he only said, "Very well, we will try." With that, he drew his sword, pretending that he needed it to lean upon, and bent so that the old woman could clamber onto his back, which she did very nimbly. Then, suddenly, he felt a noose slipped over his neck, and the old witch sprang from his shoulders onto the gallows, crying, "Now, foolish one, I have got you, and will kill you for my supper." But Amir Al gave a sweep upwards with his sharp sword to cut the rope that she had slipped round his neck, and not only cut the cord, but cut also the old woman's foot as it dangled above him. And with a yell of pain and anger, she vanished into the darkness. Amir Ali then sat down to collect himself a little, and felt upon the ground by his side an anklet that had evidently fallen off the old witch's foot. This he put into his pocket, and as the storm had by this time passed over, he made his way back to the palace. When he had finished his story, he took the anklet out of his pocket and handed it to the king, who, like everyone else, was amazed at the glory of the jewels which composed it. Indeed, Amir Ali himself was astonished, for he had slipped the anklet into his pocket in the dark and had not looked at it since. The king was delighted at its beauty, and having praised and rewarded Amir Ali, he gave the anklet to his daughter, a proud and spoiled princess. Now, in the women's apartments in the palace, there hung 2 cages, in one of which was a parrot, and in the other a starling. And these 2 birds could talk as well as human beings. They were both pets of the princess, who always fed them herself. And the next day, as she was walking grandly about with her treasure tied round her ankle, she heard the starling say to the parrot, "Oh, Tota." That was the parrot's name. "How do you think the princess looks in her new jewel?" "Think?" snapped the parrot, who was cross because they hadn't given him his bath that morning. "I think she looks like a washerwoman's daughter, with one shoe on and the other off? Why doesn't she wear two of them, instead of going about with one leg adorned and the other empty? When the princess heard this, she burst into tears, and sending for her father, she declared that he must get her another such an anklet to wear on the other leg, or she would die of shame. So the king sent for Amir Ali and told him that he must get a second anklet exactly like the first within a month, or he should be hanged, for the princess would certainly die of disappointment. Poor Amir Ali was greatly troubled at the king's command, but he thought to himself that he had, at any rate, a month in which to lay his plans. He left the palace at once and inquired of everyone where the finest jewels were to be got. But though he sought night and day, he never found one to compare with the anklet. At last, only a week remained, and he was in sore difficulty when he remembered the fairy of the forest and determined to go without loss of time and seek her. Therefore away he went, and after a day's traveling, he reached the cottage in the forest, and, standing where he had stood when the old woman called to him, he cried, "Fairy of the forest, fairy of the forest, help me, help me." Then there appeared in the doorway the beautiful girl he had seen before, whom in all his wanderings he had never forgotten. "What is the matter?" she asked, in a voice so soft that he listened like one struck dumb, and she had to repeat the question before he could answer. Then he told her his story, and she went within the cottage and came back with 2 wands and a pot of boiling water. The 2 wands she planted in the ground about 6 feet apart, and then, turning to him, she said, "I am going to lie down between these 2 wands. You must then draw your sword and cut off my foot, and as soon as you have done that, you must seize it and hold it over the cauldron, and every drop of blood that falls from it into the water will become a jewel. Next, you must change the wands so that the one that stood at my head is at my feet, and the one at my feet stands at my head. And place the severed foot against the wound, and it will heal, and I shall become quite well again as before." At first, Amir Ali declared that he would sooner be hanged 20 times over than treat her so roughly. But at length, she persuaded him to do her bidding. He nearly fainted himself with horror when he found that after the cruel blow which lopped her foot off, she lay as one, lifeless. But he held the severed foot over the cauldron, and as drops of blood fell from it, and he saw each turn in the water into shining gems, his heart took courage. Very soon, there were plenty of jewels in the cauldron, and he quickly changed the wands, placed the severed foot against the wound, and immediately the 2 parts became one as before. Then the maiden opened her eyes, sprang to her feet, and drawing her veil about her, ran into the hut, and would not come out or speak to him any more. For a long while he waited, but as she did not appear, he gathered up the precious stones and returned to the palace. He easily got someone to set the jewels, and found that there were enough to make not only one, but 3 rare and beautiful anklets, and these he duly presented to the king on the very day that his month of grace was over. The king embraced him warmly and made him rich gifts. And the next day, the vain princess put 2 anklets on each foot and strutted up and down in them, admiring herself in the mirrors that lined her room. "Oh, Tote," asked the starling, "how do you think our princess looks now in these fine jewels?" "Ugh," growled the parrot, who was really always cross in the mornings and never recovered his temper until after lunch. "She's got all her beauty at one end of her now. If she had a few of those fine gewgaws round her neck and wrists, she would look better. But now, to my mind, she looks more than ever like the washerwoman's daughter dressed up. Poor princess, she wept and stormed and raved until she made herself quite ill. And then she declared to her father that unless she had bracelets and necklace to match the anklets, she would die. Again, the king sent for Amir Ali and ordered him to get a necklace and bracelets to match those anklets within a month, or be put to a cruel death. And again, Amir Ali spent nearly the whole month searching for the jewels, but all in vain. At length, he made his way to the hut in the forest, and stood and cried, "Fairy of the forest, fairy of the forest, help me, help me." Once more, the beautiful maiden appeared at his summons and asked what he wanted. And when he had told her, she said he must do exactly as he had done the first time, except that now he must cut off both her hands and her head. Her words turned Amir Ali pale with horror, but she reminded him that no harm had come to her before, and at last he consented to do as she bade him. From her severed hands and head, there fell into the cauldron bracelets and chains of rubies and diamonds, emeralds and pearls that surpassed any that ever were seen. Then the head and hands were joined onto the body and left neither sign nor scar. Full of gratitude, Amir Ali tried to speak to her, but she ran into the house and would not come back, and he was forced to leave her and go away, laden with the jewels. When, on the day appointed, Amir Ali produced a necklace and bracelets, each more beautiful and priceless than the last, the king's astonishment knew no bounds, and as for his daughter, She was nearly mad with joy. The very next morning, she put on all her finery, and thought that now, at least, that disagreeable parrot could find no fault with her appearance. And she listened eagerly when she heard the starling say, "Oh, Tote, how do you think our princess is looking now?" "Very fine, no doubt," grumbled the parrot. "But what is the use of dressing up like that for oneself only? She ought to have a husband. Why doesn't she marry the man who got her all these splendid things?" Then the princess sent for her father and told him that she wished to marry Amir Ali. "My dear child," said her father, "you really are very difficult to please and want something new every day. It certainly is time you married someone. And if you choose this man, of course he shall marry you." So the king sent for Amir Ali and told him that within a month he proposed to do him the honor of marrying him to the princess and making him heir to the throne. On hearing this speech, Amir Ali bowed low and answered that he had done and would do the king all the service that lay in his power, save only this one thing. The king, who considered his daughter's hand a prize for any man, flew into a passion, and the princess was more furious still. Amir Ali was instantly thrown into the most dismal prison that they could find, and ordered to be kept there until the king had time to think in what way he should be put to death. Meanwhile, the king determined that the princess ought, in any case, to be married without delay. So he sent forth heralds throughout the neighboring countries, proclaiming that on a certain day, any person fitted for a bridegroom and heir to the throne should present himself at the palace. When the day came, all the court were gathered together, and a great crowd assembled of men, young and old, who thought that they had as good a chance as anyone else to gain both the throne and the princess. As soon as the king was seated, he called upon an usher to summon the first claimant. But just then, a farmer who stood in front of the crowd cried out that he had a petition to offer. "Well, hasten then," said the king. "I have no time to waste." "Your Majesty," said the farmer, "has now lived and administered justice long in this city, and will know that the tiger, who is king of beasts, hunts only in the forest, whilst jackals hunt in every place where there is something to be picked up. What is all this? What is all this?" asked the king. "The man must be mad." "No, Your Majesty," answered the farmer. "I would only remind Your Majesty that there are plenty of jackals gathered today to try and claim your daughter and kingdom. Every city has sent them, and they wait hungry and eager. But do not, O king, mistake or pretend again to mistake the howl of a jackal for the hunting cry of a tiger." The king turned first red, and then pale. "There is," continued the farmer, "a royal tiger bred in the forest who has the first and only true claim to your throne." "Where? What do you mean?" stammered the king, growing pale as he listened. "In prison," replied the farmer. "If your majesty will clear this court of the jackals, I will explain." "Clear the court," commanded the king. And very unwillingly, the visitors left the palace. "Now tell me what riddle this is," said he. Then the farmer told the king and his ministers how he had rescued the queen and brought up Amir Ali. And he fetched the old queen herself, whom he had left outside. At the sight of her, the king was filled with shame and self-reproach, and wished he could have lived his life over again, and not have married the mother of the proud princess, who caused him endless trouble until her death. "My day is past," said he, and he gave up his crown to his son Amir Ali, who went once more and called to the forest fairy to provide him with a queen to share his throne. "There is only one person I will marry," said he. And this time the maiden did not run away, but agreed to be his wife. So the two were married without delay, and lived long and reigned happily. As for the old woman, whose pitcher Amir Ali had broken, she was the forest maiden's fairy godmother. And when she was no longer needed to look after the girl, she gladly returned to fairyland. The old king has never been heard to contradict his wife anymore. If he even looks as if he does not agree with her, she smiles at him and says, "Is it the tiger, then? Or the jackal?" And he has not another word to say. The comb and the collar. Once upon a time there was a king of Lombardy who, though he was uglier than any of his subjects, loved beauty in others. So he married a wife who was declared by everyone to be the handsomest of women. And, whispered some, the most ill-natured also. Certainly, she could not endure the sight of a pretty person. And her ladies were all the plainest of their sex. Worse than all, she was desperately jealous of the king's son and daughter by his former wife. Unfortunately, in spite of all her evil qualities, the king was her complete slave. And badly, though she treated the boy, the lovely princess was made to suffer 10 times as much, not contented with giving the girl for a governess, a woman whose temper was as bad as the queen's own. The cruel stepmother did everything she could think of to spoil the girl's beauty, and to force her to appear as ugly as she was herself. But try as she might, when the hideous clothes and frightful brown paint had been removed, her loveliness shone out as bright as ever. Now, the king of Lombardy was cousin to the Archduke of Piacenza, who had lately lost his reason, to the great grief of his son and daughter, perarthritis, and Ferrandina. The doctors having all failed to restore him to health, the prince and princess sent a messenger to consult a famous enchantress called the Mother of Sheaths, because everyone who visited her brought with him a knife, which she thrust into one of the sheaths with which her cavern was lined. However, they obtained little comfort from the witch, who bade them seek their father's wits in the place where he had lost them. Against the wishes of the chief ministers, Perarthrites and Ferrandina rode off to the mysterious castle where the king had slept when his terrible fate had overtaken him, and once inside the gates, nothing more was heard of them. When 3 weeks had passed, and still there was no news, the king's chief minister called a council to talk over the matter, and, at the end, it was decided that a company of distinguished persons should visit the Mother of Sheaths, and that the knives they must take with them should be of pure gold, richly set with precious stones. The witch was so pleased with the beauty of the gifts that she not only listened attentively to their story, but proceeded to a hole in the cavern, from which she drew out a little case containing a comb and a steel collar fastened by a gold key. Carry this comb and the collar to every court until you find a lady beautiful enough to unlock the collar, and a man good enough to draw the comb from its case. When you have discovered these, you can return whence you came. But I do not see, said the chamberlain, how that will help us to bring back our lost prince and princess. It is all I can do for you, answered the Mother of Sheaths, and she went into the back of the cavern, where they dared not follow her. For the next few months, the mad king's principal ministers wandered from one court to another, till at last they reached Lombardy, where they found that their story had already traveled before them. As soon as they appeared in the presence chamber, the king received them with open arms, for in his heart he had no doubt that his wife was the peerless beauty destined to unfasten the collar. And indeed, if paint and hair dye and magnificent dresses could have ensured her doing so, he would certainly have been right. But blinded by his love for this wicked woman, he had really no idea that her charms were not her own. At the appointed hour, the queen entered the throne room, having by her side the young princess in the most grievous plight imaginable. Her dress was so contrived as to give the idea that she had a hump. Her pink and white skin was thickly covered with yellow paint, and her black hair all hidden by a close-fitting brown cloth cap. Murmurs of indignation rose on all sides, and the ambassadors, who had frequently heard the princess compared to the lovely Ferrandina, were dumb with astonishment. As for the king, he could hardly raise his eyes from the ground, so ashamed was he. And signing to his son to take his place, he withdrew from the scene. Mounting the throne, the prince commanded the trial to begin at once, and the collar was handed to the princess's governess, who, being one of the ugliest women that ever was seen, naturally failed to turn the key, seizing the chance of his being for a short time in power. The prince resolved to punish her cruelties towards his sister, and especially this last one, to which she had prompted the queen, and ordered her to be taken out and executed, which was done with great goodwill by the attendants. He then further commanded the ladies in waiting to attend his sister to her apartments, and bathe her and dress her in the queen's most splendid robes, as she had none of her own. And the queen, though gnashing her teeth with anger, for once dared not interfere. More quickly than could have been expected, the princess returned, looking so beautiful that if anyone had doubted before who would be able to unlock the collar, they were instantly convinced. The prince glanced at her, but said nothing, and signing to one of the ambassadors, he ordered him to make trial of the comb. One by one, each man present did his best to remove it from its case, and one by one, each was forced to own himself beaten. At length, only the prince remained. But as he was the judge, he must wait till the last. After the men had finished, the ladies of the court had the collar presented to them according to rank, but none could even turn the key. Finally, it was handed to the queen, who managed to open it a little way. Her heart beat with triumph, but immediately it closed again with a snap, and she sank back, fainting from disappointment. By this time, there were only left the prince and his sister, and no sooner did he touch the case than it opened of itself, while the lock of the collar yielded directly the princess took hold of the key. Cries of delight rose from the courtiers and attendants, but these were interrupted by a whirlwind accompanied by thick darkness, and followed by an earthquake. When all was calm again, and the sun shining, the prince and princess had disappeared. Although the king's son and daughter were the only persons who had vanished in the storm, unluckily, they had been carried off in opposite directions. The rapid motion through the air deprived the princess of her senses, which she nearly lost a second time from fright. When she was set down alone in the middle of a thick forest, she ran wildly about, calling to her brother to come to her aid. But her cries only attracted the attention of some hungry wolves, who sprung towards her with their jaws gaping and their red tongues hanging out. Falling on her knees, she covered her face with one hand, unconsciously grasping the collar with the other, and awaited her doom. Already, she could feel their hot breath on her cheek, and crouched lower and lower, when the eyes of the foremost wolf caught sight of the collar. With a howl that echoed through the forest, he bounded away, followed by his companions. As soon as the princess had recovered from the shock, she rose and fled, without knowing whither, until she found herself in a broad road and beheld, approaching her, a flock of sheep driven by 2 shepherds. She hastened towards them in order to implore their help, when suddenly the sheep caught sight of her collar and instantly scattered in all directions. "I must have something about me which frightens all beasts," she thought, and took great comfort therefrom. And in good spirits she went her way till she came to the gates of an old castle. She was just about to enter and beg for a night's shelter, when a snow-white fox ran across the road and stopped in front of her. He was so pretty and had such bright, beseeching eyes that the princess hastily tucked the collar under her dress, lest he too should flee at the sight of it. Very gently she drew near, hoping he might follow her into the castle, but he only set off in another direction, and tired though she was, something forced the girl to follow him. Thankful indeed was she when he turned a corner and sat down before the door of a tiny palace, which was built on the bank of a river. When she came up, he took the hem of her dress between his teeth and led her into a room where there was a table covered with milk and fruit. After she had eaten and drunk, she lay down upon a pile of cushions with the fox at her feet, and fell asleep to dream of her lost brother. If the princess was dreaming of her brother, he was no less thinking of her on the wild seashore whither the whirlwind had cast him. All was bleak and bare, except a green island which he could only see from the top of a high rock, where he passed all his days, gazing on the waving palm trees and glittering waterfalls in the distance. Suppose she should be there, he said to himself, and though there was no reason to expect that the princess should be in that place more than in any other, he could not get the notion out of his head. A song, sung in the loveliest voice he had ever heard, roused the young man from his musings, and he instantly turned in the direction from which it had come. But though the singer seemed close to him, he could see her nowhere. And indeed, no sooner had he reached one spot than the voice sounded in another direction, and he followed it up and down, till he was suddenly stopped by the sight of a large fish's skin, which lay stretched on the sand between the sea and the rocks. The thing was so ugly that he stepped aside in disgust, and at that instant something leapt into the sea behind his back. This caused him to look round. The fish's skin was no longer there, But in a cave in the rock behind it, he discovered a bath of ebony lined with gold, which glittered in the sunlight. Days passed without any adventures, and the prince had almost made up his mind to leave the shore and to seek his sister inland, when once more he heard the voice that had so charmed him, and beheld the bloody skin lying on the sand, and the bath, now filled with water, in the grotto. Little sleep had he that night, and before dawn he hid himself behind the rocks, determined not to move from the place till the fish should come back again. He had not very long to wait, for with the first rays of the sun there appeared, out to sea, a shining white object, which was blown by gentle breezes towards the shore. As it came nearer, he beheld a maiden of dazzling loveliness, seated in a shell where blues and pinks and greens all melted into each other. In her hand she held the rope with which the shell was guided. The prince was so bewildered at her beauty that he forgot that he was in hiding, and rushing out, sank on his knees on the sands, holding out his hands towards this wonderful vision. But as he did so, the comb and its case fell out of his pocket, and at the sight the lady uttered a wild shriek, and steering her shell round, vanished speedily in the direction of the island. Throwing off his clothes, the prince was preparing to swim after her, when he perceived beside him a snow-white fox, looking the same way, and making frantic signs with his paws, till a small boat put out and set sail towards them, to the great joy of the little creature. When the boat drew up to the beach, the fox waved his paw towards the prince's clothes, which he took to mean that he was to put them on again. This done, they both got in, and had just pushed off, when the prince suddenly recollected that the sight of the comb had frightened away the beautiful lady. In a transport of fury, he raised his hand to fling it into the sea, but the fox sprang on him and held on so tightly to his arm that he could not lift it. At that moment, a horseman on the shore let fly an arrow at the fox, with so true an aim that the little creature fell heavily into the well of the boat, and closed its eyes, like one who has received his death blow. The grief of the prince was sore. He instantly leaped to land, but the murderer was already far distant. When the young man turned round again, the boat and the fox were nowhere to be seen. An approaching storm drove him into the grotto, which was lighted up by a multitude of tapers, each one being in the shape of a knife half out of its sheath. Over the bath was a tent-shaped covering of white, embroidered with sheaths, and from beneath it came a voice. "Prince, will you trust me, whatever happens, knowing that my heart is yours, and as I feel that yours is mine? But beware, for if you give the smallest sign of fear, when the tent is opened, you will lose me forever." She did well to warn him, and even then he had much ado to keep the color in his cheeks and his hand from trembling. For a crocodile's head, with snapping jaws, advanced towards him. With a mighty effort, he managed to remain still and to gaze steadily at the horrible beast. And as he did so, the head bent backwards, and beneath it was seen the lovely countenance of the Lady of the Shell. "Quick, Prince, quick! The time is flying. Comb me at once, or I shall vanish from your sight." At her words, he took out the comb, but found to his surprise that it needed all his strength to draw it from its sheath. And strange to say, that in proportion as the comb emerged from its sheath, the lady's head was freed from its horrible covering, and her body rose a little more out of the water. When her shoulders and arms were freed, she called to him, "Enough. So far you have obeyed my orders. Now burn my skin." "Ah, that I can never do," cried he. But the lady cut him short. "Then we shall both rue it forever," she said gravely. "For I can only be the wife of him who will burn my skin." And while he still stood, hesitating, the curtains of the tent fell back on her, and the tapers fizzled out. Bitterly repenting his slowness, he wandered towards the forest, where a fire was burning, hardly knowing what he did. But on his way, he almost fell over the skin, which was lying across his path. "Ah, fool that I was! This must be the skin she wished me to burn," said he. And seizing it in both hands, he flung it into the fire, where it exploded with a terrific noise. At first, he rushed off to some distance, not knowing what might next befall. But after a while, found that his steps had led him back to the place of the fire. The skin had gone and left no traces, but among the cinders he beheld something shining, which proved to be the magic collar. Ah! Then his sister, for whom he had so greatly longed, must be near at last. And before he could turn his head or pick up the collar, her arms were round his neck, and everything else was forgotten. "You shall tell your story first," she said, when at length they could speak. And so he did, but his head was so full of the Lady of the Shell that he forgot to say anything about the fox. And it was well that he had forgotten, for when the princess had poured forth her own adventures, she ended up by speaking of all she owed to the little white Fa. You cannot even guess the care he took of me in the little palace, but though nothing could exceed his kindness, I saw by his eyes that there was something he wanted me to give him, but I could not tell what. Alas, the day came that I learnt it to my cost. I had hidden the collar in a thick bush, lest the fox should catch sight of it and be scared away as the other animals had been. But one day, when we were in the garden, the sun happened to shine straight on it, and he sprang towards it with every sign of delight. He was about to seize it between his teeth when it closed with a loud noise. The fox fled away with a piercing scream. And though I have sought him far and wide, I have never seen him since. I was here when you flung the skin into the cinders, and no doubt, in my hurry to escape, the collar must have dropped from me. Ah, dear brother, she continued with tears in her eyes, I can no longer live without my beloved fox. Help me, I entreat you, to find him. So great was her grief that the prince dared not tell her what sad fate had overtaken the poor little animal, and trusted that time might soothe her. He assured her that he would go with her wherever she desired, if she would grant him this one day to spend on the seashore. And with this, the princess was forced to be content. The prince was standing on the rock, looking out towards the lovely island, and straining his eyes to see the white sail once more, when frightful shrieks from the wood a little way off caused him to hasten with all his speed in that direction. He soon perceived a knight on horseback with a bow slung to his back, struggling to lift a woman onto his saddle. The knight's surprise at the sight of a man in this desolate spot caused him to drop the woman's arm, and she rushed to take shelter behind her defender, who, to his amazement, then recognized his stepmother. How did you come here? He asked coldly, more than half regretting that he had not left her to her fate. But she read what was in his heart and fell on her knees before him. "Oh, forgive me my wickedness," she cried, "for indeed I have repented of it long ago, and come to the aid of your father, who has been sorely smitten by that mad archduke from whom you have just saved me. There is no time to pursue him," she added, as the prince started at the sound of the vanishing hoofs, and as they pushed their way along the path, she told him all that had happened since they had last met. "From the moment that the king knew of my cruelty to your sister," said she, "he vowed he would never see me again, and left the court in search of you both. I followed him secretly, but not being able to gain any tidings of him, consulted the mother of sheaths, who took me to rest in that island where the palm trees are waving. There she showed me a lovely princess who, under a spell, was forced daily to take the form of a crocodile. And when the dreaded moment arrived, the skin appeared before her, and shudder as she might, some unseen power impelled her to wrap herself in it and plunge into the sea. It is to this island I am leading you. But first, we must find your sister, for on her presence hangs the life of the white fox, if indeed he is not dead already." "The white fox?" exclaimed the prince. "What do you know of him?" "Not much," answered the queen. "But since I arrived on the island, he was always with us and charmed us all. Yesterday we missed him, but in the evening a little boat drifted up on the sands, and in it lay the fox, covered with blood, while his wounds were being tended in the palace with all the care imaginable. I set out to consult a wizard, who told me that I must enter the skiff and seek for the prince and princess of Lombardy, and that if, in 24 hours, I could bring them into the presence of the fox, his life would be saved. On a rock along the beach, I found your father with an arrow through his shoulder. From the bow of his cousin, the mad archduke, who was drawing another from his quiver, destined for me when I fled into the forest." "My father so near," cried the prince. "We must return and seek him, and also look for my sister." They found her in the grotto, with her father's head in her lap, trying vainly to staunch his wounds. Between them, they contrived to carry him to the boat, which sailed swiftly towards the island. On the way, the prince gently broke to his sister the sad state of the white fox. "Take me to him," she said, as soon as the boat touched the island. And in silence, the queen went down the path to the palace. The white fox was lying on a soft mattress in front of a fire, his eyes closed, and a look on his face which told that death was not far distant. But he knew, somehow, that the princess was near him, and opened his eyes and wagged his tail feebly. The princess burst into sobs and tears, till a hand on her shoulder checked her. "Why do you waste the few moments that are left you in this manner?" asked the governor of the island sternly. "Place the collar you wear round his neck, and he will be cured at once. But you must act quickly." The princess seemed turned to stone as she listened. "The collar," she gasped. "But I have not got it. I lost it in the forest." And the 1,000 sheaths with which the walls were hung took up the cry, "The collar is lost. The collar is lost." "What collar are you talking about?" asked the king, who was lying on another bed with the physicians bending over him. "Here is one that I picked up among some cinders before that madman shot me. Perhaps it may be the one you want, or at all events, it may do as well." And he signed to an attendant to take the collar from the pocket of his velvet jerkin. The princess leapt forward with joy at the sight of the precious thing, and snatching it from the hand of the man, she placed it round the neck of the fox. All present held their breath as they watched what was happening. And what did happen was that his legs grew longer and longer, and his nose grew shorter and shorter. The fox was gone, and in his stead there lay Perarthrites, in a coat of thick white fur. But though the Prince of Lombardy was rejoiced to see his friend and cousin again, his heart still bled for the beautiful lady who had vanished so mysteriously. His face was so troubled that the governor of the island marked it and asked what was the matter. "Oh, help me, if you can," cried the prince. "The thought of the sufferings that the enchanted nymph may be undergoing tortures me." "They are far worse than you can imagine," gravely replied the governor. "But if you still possess your comb, you may yet relieve her of them." "Ah, that is well," he continued, as the prince quickly drew the comb from its case. "Now follow me." Not only the prince, but everyone else followed, and the governor led them down a long gallery to a heavy iron door, which flew open at its own accord. But what a sight met the prince's eyes! The lady whom he had last beheld in peerless beauty was sitting in a chair wrapped in flames, which were twisting like hair about her head. Her face was swollen and red. Her mouth was open, as if gasping for breath. Only her arms and neck were as lovely as ever in their whiteness. "This is your doing," said the governor to the prince. "You brought her to this when you burned the crocodile's skin. Now try if, by combing, you can soothe her agony." At the first touch of the comb, the flames became suddenly extinguished. At the second, the look of pain vanished from the face, and it shrank into its usual size. At the third, she rose from the chair, lovelier than she ever was before, and flung herself into the arms of her brother Perarthrites. After this, there was nothing more to be done but to marry the two couples as fast as possible. And when the wedding was over, Perarthrites and his bride returned to Placenza, and Ferrandina and her husband to Lombardy, and they all lived happily till they died. The Thanksgiving of the Wazir. Once upon a time, there lived in Hindustan 2 kings whose countries bordered upon each other. But as they were rivals in wealth and power, and one was a Hindu Raja and the other a Mohammedan Badshah, they were not good friends at all. In order, however, to escape continual quarrels, the Raja and the Badshah had drawn up an agreement, stamped and signed, declaring that if any of their subjects, from the least to the greatest, crossed the boundary between the 2 kingdoms, he might be seized and punished. One morning, the Badshah and his chief wazir, or prime minister, were just about to begin their morning's work over the affairs of the kingdom, and the Badshah had taken up a pen and was cutting it to his liking with a sharp knife, when the knife slipped and cut off the tip of his finger. "Oh, Wazir!" cried the king. "I've cut the tip of my finger off." "That is good hearing," said the wazir in answer. "Insolent one," exclaimed the king, Do you take pleasure in the misfortunes of others, and in mine also? Take him away, my guards, and put him in the court prison until I have time to punish him as he deserves." Instantly, the officers in attendance seized upon the luckless wazir and dragged him out of the king's presence towards the narrow doorway, through which unhappy criminals were wont to be led to prison or execution. As the door opened to receive him, the wazir muttered something into his great white beard, which the soldiers could not hear. "What said the rascal?" shouted the angry king. "He says, 'He thanks your majesty,'" replied one of the jailers. And at his words, the king stared at the closing door in anger and amazement. "He must be mad," he cried, "for he is grateful not only for the misfortunes of others, but for his own. Surely something has turned his head." Now the king was very fond of his old wazir, and although the court physician came and bound up his injured finger with cool and healing ointment and soothed the pain, he could not soothe the soreness of the king's heart, nor could any of all his ministers and courtiers, who found his majesty very cross all the day long. Early next morning, the king ordered his horse and declared that he would go hunting. Instantly, all was bustle and preparation in stable and hall. And by the time he was ready, a score of ministers and huntsmen stood ready to mount and accompany him. But to their astonishment, the king would have none of them. Indeed, he glared at them so fiercely that they were glad to leave him. So on away he wandered, over field and through forest, so moody and thoughtful that many a fat buck and gaudy pheasant escaped without notice. And so careless was he whither he was going that he strayed without perceiving it over into the Raja's territory, and only discovered the fact when, suddenly, men stepped from all sides out of a thicket, and there was nothing left but surrender. Then the poor Badshah was seized and bound and taken to the Raja's prison, thinking most of the time of his wazir, who was suffering a similar fate, and wishing that, like the wazir, he could feel that there was something to give thanks for. That night, the Raja held a special council to consider what should be done to his rival, who had thus given himself into his hands. All the Brahmins were sent for, fat priests who understood all about everything, and what days were lucky and what unlucky. And whilst all the rest of the Raja's counselors were offering him different advice until he was nearly crazy with anger and indecision, the chief Brahmin was squatting in a corner, figuring out sums and signs to himself, with an admiring group of lesser priests around him. At last he arose and advanced towards the throne. "Well," said the Raja anxiously, "what have you to advise?" "A very unlucky day," exclaimed the chief Brahmin. "Oh, a very unlucky day. The god Devi is full of wrath and commands that tomorrow you must chop off this Badshah's head and offer it in to him in sacrifice." "Ah, well," said the Raja, "let it be done. I leave it to you to carry out the sentence." And he bowed to the priests and left the room. Before dawn, great preparations were being made for a grand festival in honor of the great idol Devi. Hundreds of banners waved, hundreds of drummers drummed, hundreds of singers chanted chants, hundreds of priests, well-washed and anointed, performed their sacred rites, whilst the Raja sat, nervous and ill at ease, amongst hundreds of courtiers and servants, wishing it were all well over. At last the time came for the sacrifice to be offered, and the poor Badshah was led out bound to have his head chopped off. The chief Brahmin came along with a smile on his face and a big sword in his hand, when, suddenly, he noticed that the Badshah's finger was tied up in a bit of rag. Instantly, he dropped the sword, and, with his eyes starting out of his head with excitement, pounced upon the rag and tore it off. And there he saw that the tip of his victim's finger was missing. At this, he got very red and angry indeed, and he led the Badshah up to where the Raja sat wondering. "Behold, O Raja," he said, "this sacrifice is useless. The tip of his finger is gone. A sacrifice is no sacrifice unless it is complete." And he began to weep with rage and mortification. But instead of wailing likewise, the Raja gave a sigh of relief and answered, "Well, that settles the matter. If it had been anyone else, I should not have minded. But somehow, a king and all, well, it doesn't seem quite right to sacrifice a king." And with that, he jumped up, and with his jeweled dagger cut the Badshah's cords, and marched with him out of the temple back to the palace. After having bathed and refreshed his guest, the Raja loaded him with gifts, and himself accompanied him with a large escort as far as the frontier between their kingdoms, where, amidst salutes and great rejoicings, they tore up the old agreement and drew up another, in which each king promised welcome and safe conduct to any of the other's people, from the least to the greatest, who came over the border on any errand whatever. And so they embraced, and each went his own way. When the Badshah got home that very evening, he sent for his imprisoned Wazir. "Well, O Wazir," he said, when the old man had been brought before him, "what think you has been happening to me? How can a man in prison know what is happening outside it?" answered the Wazir. Then the Badshah told him all his adventures, and when he had reached the end, he added, "I have made up my mind, as a token of gratitude for my escape, to pardon you freely, if you will tell me why you gave thanks when I cut off the tip of my finger." "Sire," replied the old wazir, "am I not right in thinking that it was a very lucky thing for you that you did cut off the tip of your finger? For otherwise, you would certainly have lost your head. And to lose a scrap of one's finger is surely the least of the two evils." "Very true," answered the king, touching his head as he spoke, as if to make quite certain that it was still there. "But yet, why did you likewise give thanks when I put you into prison?" "I gave thanks," said the wazir, "because it is good always to give thanks. And had I known that my being in prison was to prevent the god Devi claiming me instead of your majesty as a perfect offering, I should have given greater thanks still." Samba the Coward. In the great country far away south, through which flows the river Nile, there lived a king who had an only child called Samba. Now, from the time that Samba could walk, he showed signs of being afraid of everything. And as he grew bigger, he became more and more frightened. At first, his father's friends made light of it and said to each other, "It is strange to see a boy of our race running into a hut at the trumpeting of an elephant, and trembling with fear if a lion cub half his size comes near him. But after all, he is only a baby, and when he is older, he will be as brave as the rest. Yes, he is only a baby," answered the king, who overheard them. "It will be all right by and by." But somehow he sighed as he said it, and the men looked at him and made no reply. The years passed away, and Samba had become a tall and strong youth. He was good-natured and pleasant, and was liked by all. And if during his father's hunting parties he was seldom to be seen in any place of danger, he was too great a favorite for much to be said. When the king holds the feast and declares him to be his heir, he will cease to be a child, murmured the rest of the people, as they had done before, and on the day of the ceremony their hearts beat gladly, and they cried to each other, "It is Samba, Samba, whose chin is above the heads of other men, who will defend us against the tribes of the robbers." Not many weeks after, the dwellers in the village awoke to find that during the night their herds had been driven away, and their herdsmen carried off into slavery by their enemies. Now was the time for Samba to show the brave spirit that had come to him with his manhood, and to ride forth at the head of the warriors of his race. But Samba could nowhere be found, and a party of the avengers went on their way without him. It were many days later before he came back, with his head held high, and a tail of a lion which he had tracked to its lair and killed, at the risk of his own life. a little while earlier, and his people would have welcomed his story and believed it all. But now it was too late. "Samba the Coward," cried a voice from the crowd, and the name stuck to him. Even the very children shouted it at him, and his father did not spare him. At length, he could bear it no longer, and made up his mind to leave his own land for another, where peace had reigned since the memory of man. So, early next morning, he slipped out to the king's stables, and choosing the quietest horse he could find, he rode away northwards. Never as long as he lived did Samba forget the terrors of that journey. He could hardly sleep at night for dread of the wild beasts that might be lurking behind every rock or bush, while by day, the distant roar of a lion would cause him to start so violently that he almost fell from his horse. A dozen times he was on the point of turning back, and it was not the terror of the mocking words and scornful laughs that kept him from doing so, but the terror lest he should be forced to take part in their wars. Therefore, he held on, and deeply thankful he felt when the walls of a city larger than he had ever dreamed of rose before him. Drawing himself up to his full height, he rode proudly through the gate and past the palace, where, as was her custom, the princess was sitting on the terrace roof, watching the bustle in the street below. "That is a gallant figure," thought she, as Samba, mounted on his big black horse, steered his way skillfully among the crowds, and beckoning to a slave, she ordered him to go and meet the stranger, and ask him who he was and whence he came. "Oh, princess, he is the son of a king, and heir to a country which lies near the great river," answered the slave, when he had returned from questioning Samba. And the princess, on hearing this news, summoned her father, and told him that if she was not allowed to wed the stranger, she would die unmarried. Like many other fathers, the king could refuse his daughter nothing, and besides, she had rejected so many suitors already that he was quite alarmed lest no man should be good enough for her. Therefore, after a talk with Samba, who charmed him by his good humor and pleasant ways, he gave his consent, and 3 days later, the wedding feast was celebrated with the utmost splendor. The princess was very proud of her tall, handsome husband, and for some time she was quite content that he should pass the days with her under the palm trees, telling her the stories that she loved, or amusing her with tales of the manners and customs of his country, which were so different to those of her own. But by and by, this was not enough. She wanted other people to be proud of him too. And one day, she said, "I really almost wish that those Moorish thieves from the north would come on one of their robbing expeditions. I should love so to see you ride out at the head of our men, to chase them home again. Ah, how happy I should be when the city rang with your noble deeds." She looked lovingly at him as she spoke, but to her surprise, his face grew dark, and he answered hastily, "Never speak to me again of the Moors or of war. It was to escape from them that I fled from my own land, and at the first word of invasion, I should leave you forever." "How funny you are," cried she, breaking into a laugh. "The idea of anyone as big as you being afraid of a Moor. But still, you mustn't say those things to anyone except me, or they might think you were in earnest." Not very long after this, when the people of the city were holding a great feast outside the walls of the town, a body of Moors, who had been in hiding for days, drove off all the sheep and goats which were peacefully feeding on the slopes of a hill. Directly the loss was discovered, which was not for some hours, the king gave orders that the war drum should be beaten, and the warriors assembled in the great square before the palace, trembling with fury at the insult which had been put upon them. Loud were the cries for instant vengeance, and for Samba, son-in-law of the king, to lead them to battle. But shout as they might, Samba never came. And where was he? No further than in a cool, dark cellar of the palace, crouching among huge earthenware pots of grain, with a rush of pain at her heart. There his wife found him, and she tried with all her strength to kindle in him a sense of shame, but in vain. Even the thought of the future danger he might run from the contempt of his subjects was as nothing when compared with the risks of the present. "Take off your tunic of mail," said the princess at last, and her voice was so stern and cold that none would have known it. "Give it to me, and hand me besides your helmet, your sword, and your spear." And with many fearful glances to right and to left, Samba stripped off the armor inlaid with gold, the property of the king's son-in-law. Silently, his wife took, one by one, the pieces from him, and fastened them on her with firm hands, never even glancing at the tall form of her husband, who had slunk back to his corner. When she had fastened the last buckle and lowered her visor, she went out, and mounting Samba's horse, gave the signal to the warriors to follow. Now, although the princess was much shorter than her husband, she was a tall woman, and the horse which she rode was likewise higher than the rest, so that when the men caught sight of the gold-inlaid suit of chain armor, they did not doubt that Samba was taking his rightful place, and cheered him loudly. The princess bowed in answer to their greeting, but kept her visor down, and touching her horse with the spur, she galloped at the head of her troops to charge the enemy. The Moors, who had not expected to be so quickly pursued, had scarcely time to form themselves into battle array, and were speedily put to flight. Then the little troop of horsemen returned to the city, where all sung the praises of Samba, their leader. The instant they reached the palace, the princess flung her reins to a groom and disappeared up a side staircase, by which she could, unseen, enter her own rooms. Here she found Samba lying idly on a heap of mats, but he raised his head uneasily as the door opened and looked at his wife, not feeling sure how she might act towards him. However, he need not have been afraid of harsh words. She merely unbuttoned her armor as fast as possible and bade him put it on with all speed. Samba obeyed, not daring to ask any questions. And when he had finished, the princess told him to follow her, and led him on to the flat roof of the house, below which a crowd had gathered, cheering lustily. Samba, the king's son-in-law, Samba, the bravest of the brave. Where is he? Let him show himself. And when Samba did show himself, the shouts and applause became louder than ever. See how modest he is. He leaves the glory to others, cried they. And Samba only smiled and waved his hand and said nothing. Out of all the mass of people assembled there to do honor to Samba, one alone there was who did not shout and praise with the rest. This was the princess's youngest brother, whose sharp eyes had noted certain things during the fight which recalled his sister much more than they did her husband. Under promise of secrecy, he told his suspicions to the other princes, but only got laughed at, and was bidden to carry his dreams elsewhere. Well, well, answered the boy, we shall see who is right. But the next time we give battle to the Moors, I will take care to place a private mark on our commander. In spite of their defeat, not many days after the Moors sent a fresh body of troops to steal some cattle, and again Samba's wife dressed herself in her husband's armor and rode out at the head of the avenging column. This time, the combat was fiercer than before, and in the thick of it, her youngest brother drew near and gave his sister a slight wound on the leg. At the moment, she paid no heed to the pain, which, indeed, she scarcely felt. But when the enemy had been put to flight, and the little band returned to the palace, faintness suddenly overtook her, and she could hardly stagger up the staircase to her own apartments. I am wounded, she cried, sinking down on the mats where he had been lying. But do not be anxious. It is really nothing. You have only got to wound yourself slightly in the same spot, and no one will guess that it was I, and not you, who were fighting. What? Cried Samba, his eyes nearly starting from his head in surprise and terror. Can you possibly imagine that I should agree to anything so useless and painful? Why, I might as well have gone to fight myself. Ah, I ought to have known better, indeed, answered the princess, in a voice that seemed to come from a long way off. But, quick as thought, the moment Samba turned his back, she pierced one of his bare legs with a spear. He gave a loud scream and staggered backwards from astonishment, much more than from pain. But before he could speak, his wife had left the room and had gone to seek the medicine man of the palace. "My husband has been wounded," said she, when she had found him. "Come and tend him with speed, for he is faint from loss of blood." And she took care that more than one person heard her words, so that all that day the people pressed up to the gate of the palace, asking for news of their brave champion. "You see," observed the king's eldest sons, who had visited the room where Samba lay groaning. "You see, O wise young brother, that we were right, and you were wrong about Samba, and that he really did go into the battle." But the boy answered nothing, and only shook his head doubtfully. It was only 2 days later that the Moors appeared for the 3rd time, and though the herds had been tethered in a new and safer place, they were promptly carried off as before. "For," said the Moors to each other, "the tribe will never think of our coming back so soon when they have beaten us so badly." When the drum sounded to assemble all the fighting men, the princess rose and sought her husband. "Samba," cried she, "my wound is worse than I thought. I can scarcely walk and could not mount my horse without help. For today, then, I cannot do your work, so you must go instead of me." "What nonsense!" exclaimed Samba. "I never heard of such a thing. Why, I might be wounded, or even killed. You have 3 brothers. The king can choose one of them." "They are all too young," replied his wife. "The men would not obey them. But if, indeed, you will not go, at least you can help me harness my horse." And to this, Samba, who was always ready to do anything he was asked when there was no danger about it, agreed readily. So the horse was quickly harnessed, and when it was done, the princess said, "Now ride the horse to the place of meeting outside the gates, and I will join you by a shorter way, and will change places with you." Samba, who loved riding in times of peace, mounted as she had told him, and when he was safe in the saddle, his wife dealt the horse a sharp cut with her whip, and he dashed off through the town and through the ranks of the warriors who were waiting for him. Instantly, the whole place was in motion. Samba tried to check his steed, but he might as well have sought to stop the wind. And it seemed no more than a few minutes before they were grappling hand to hand with the Moors. Then a miracle happened. Samba the Coward, the skulker, the terrified, no sooner found himself pressed hard, unable to escape, than something sprang into life within him, and he fought with all his might. And when a man of his size and strength begins to fight, he generally fights well. That day, the victory was really owing to Samba, and the shouts of the people were louder than ever. When he returned, bearing with him the sword of the Moorish chief, the old king pressed him in his arms and said, "O my son, how can I ever show you how grateful I am for this splendid service?" But Samba, who was good and loyal when fear did not possess him, answered straightly, "My father, it is to your daughter, and not to me, to whom thanks are due. For it is she who has turned the coward that I was into a brave man." Kupti and Imani. Once there was a king who had 2 daughters, and their names were Kupti and Imani. He loved them both very much, and spent hours in talking to them. And one day he said to Kupti, the elder, "Are you satisfied to leave your life and fortune in my hands?" "Verily, yes," answered the princess, surprised at the question. "In whose hands should I leave them, if not in yours?" But when he asked his younger daughter Imani the same question, she replied, "No, indeed. If I had the chance, I would make my own fortune." At this answer, the king was very displeased and said, "You are too young to know the meaning of your words. But be it so. I will give you the chance of gratifying your wish." So then he sent for an old lame fakir who lived in a tumble-down hut on the outskirts of the city. And when he had presented himself, the king said, "No doubt, as you are very old and nearly crippled, you would be glad of some young person to live with you and serve you. So I will send you my younger daughter. She wants to earn her living, and she can do so with you." Of course, the old fakir had not a word to say, or, if he had, he was really too astonished and troubled to say it. But the young princess went off with him smiling and tripped along quite gaily, whilst he hobbled home with her in perplexed silence. Directly they got to the hut, the fakir began to think what he could arrange for the princess's comfort. But after all, he was a fakir, and his house was bare except for one bedstead, 2 old cooking pots, and an earthen jar for water. And one cannot get much comfort out of those things. However, the princess soon ended his perplexity by asking, "Have you any money?" "I have a penny somewhere," replied the fakir. "Very well," rejoined the princess. "Give me the penny, and go out, and borrow me a spinning wheel and a loom." After much seeking, the fakir found the penny, and started on his errand, whilst the princess went off shopping. First, she bought a farthing's worth of oil, and then she bought 3 farthings worth of flax. When she got back with her purchases, she set the old man on the bedstead and rubbed his crippled leg with the oil for an hour. Then she sat down to the spinning wheel and spun all night long, whilst the old man slept, until, in the morning, she had spun the finest thread that ever was seen. Next, she went to the loom and wove, until by the evening she had woven a beautiful silver cloth. "Now," said she to the fakir, "go into the marketplace and sell my cloth whilst I rest." "And what am I to ask for it?" said the old man. "2 gold pieces," replied the princess. So the fakir hobbled away and stood in the marketplace to sell the cloth. Presently, the elder princess drove by, and when she saw the cloth, she stopped and asked the price. "2 gold pieces," said the fakir, and the princess gladly paid them, after which the old fakir hobbled home with the money. As she had done before, so Imani did again, day after day. Always she spent a penny upon oil and flax. Always she tended the old man's lame limb, and spun and wove the most beautiful cloths, and sold them at high prices. Gradually, the city became famous for her beautiful stuffs. The old fakir's lame leg became straighter and stronger, and the hole under the floor of the hut where they kept their money became fuller and fuller of gold pieces. At last, one day, the princess said, "I really think we have got enough to live in greater comfort." And she sent for builders, and they built a beautiful house for her and the old fakir, and in all the city there was none finer, except the king's palace. Presently, this reached the ears of the king, and when he inquired whose it was, they told him that it belonged to his daughter. "Well," exclaimed the king, "she said that she would make her own fortune, and somehow or other she seems to have done it." A little while after this, business took the king to another country, and before he went, he asked his elder daughter what she would like him to bring her back as a gift. "A necklace of rubies," answered she. And then the king thought he would like to ask Imani too. So he sent a messenger to find out what sort of a present she wanted. The man happened to arrive just as she was trying to disentangle a knot in her loom, and bowing low before her, he said, "The king sends me to inquire what you wish him to bring you as a present from the country of Dur?" But Imani, who was only considering how she could best untie the knot without breaking the thread, replied, "Patience," meaning that the messenger should wait till she was able to attend to him. But the messenger went off with this as an answer, and told the king that the only thing the Princess Imani wanted was patience. "Oh," said the king, "I don't know whether that's a thing to be bought at Dur. I never had it myself. But if it is to be got, I will buy it for her." Next day, the king departed on his journey. And when his business at Dur was completed, he bought for Kupti a beautiful ruby necklace. Then he said to a servant, "The Princess Imani wants some patience. I did not know there was such a thing. But you must go to the market and inquire, and if any is to be sold, get it and bring it to me." The servant saluted and left the king's presence. He walked about the market for some time, crying, "Has anyone patience to sell? Patience to sell?" And some of the people mocked, and some, who had no patience, told him to go away and not be a fool. And some said, "The fellow's mad," as though one could buy or sell patience. At length, it came to the ears of the king of Dur that there was a madman in the market trying to buy patience. And the king laughed and said, "I should like to see that fellow. Bring him here." And immediately his attendants went to seek the man and brought him to the king, who asked, "What is this you want?" And the man replied, "Sire, I am bidden to ask for patience." "Oh," said the king, "you must have a strange master. What does he want with it?" "My master wants it as a present for his daughter Imani," replied the servant. "Well," said the king, "I know of some patience which the young lady might have if she cares for it, but it is not to be bought." Now the king's name was Sabar Khan, and Sabar means patience. But the messenger did not know that, or understand that he was making a joke. However, he declared that the Princess Imani was not only young and beautiful, but also the cleverest, most industrious, and kindest-hearted of princesses. And he would have gone on explaining her virtues had not the king laughingly put up his hand and stopped him, saying, "Well, well, wait a minute, and I will see what can be done." With that, he got up and went to his own apartments and took out a little casket. Into the casket he put a fan, and shutting it up carefully, he brought it to the messenger and said, "Here is a casket. It has no lock nor key, and yet will open only to the touch of the person who needs its contents. And whoever opens it will obtain patience. But I can't tell whether it will be quite the kind of patience that is wanted." And the servant bowed low and took the casket. But when he asked what was to be paid, the king would take nothing. So he went away and gave the casket and an account of his adventures to his master. As soon as their father got back to his country, Kupti and Imani each got the presents he had brought for them. Imani was very surprised when the casket was brought to her by the hand of a messenger. "But," she said, what is this? I never asked for anything. Indeed, I had no time, for the messenger ran away before I had unraveled my tangle. But the servant declared that the casket was for her, so she took it with some curiosity and brought it to the old fakir. The old man tried to open it, but in vain. So closely did the lid fit that it seemed to be quite immovable. And yet there was no lock, nor bolt, nor spring, nor anything apparently by which the casket was kept shut. When he was tired of trying, he handed the casket to the princess, who hardly touched it before it opened quite easily. And there lay, within a beautiful fan. With a cry of surprise and pleasure, Imani took out the fan and began to fan herself. Hardly had she finished 3 strokes of the fan before there suddenly appeared from nowhere in particular King Subar Khan of Dur. The princess gasped and rubbed her eyes, and the old fakir sat and gazed in such astonishment that for some minutes he could not speak. At length he said, "Who may you be, fair sir, if you please?" "My name," said the king, "is Subar Khan of Dur. This lady," bowing to the princess, "has summoned me, and here I am." "I," stammered the princess, "I have summoned you? I never saw or heard of you in my life before, so how could that be?" Then the king told them how he had heard of a man in his own city of Dur trying to buy patience, and how he had given him the fan in the casket. "Both are magical," he added. "When anyone uses the fan, in 3 strokes of it, I am with them. If they fold it and tap it on the table, in 3 taps I am at home again. The casket will not open to all. But you see, it was this fair lady who asked for patience, and as that is my name, here I am, very much at her service." Now the Princess Imani, being of a high spirit, was anxious to fold up the fan and give the 3 taps which would send the king home again. But the old fakir was very pleased with his guest, and so, in one way and another, they spent quite a pleasant evening together before Subar Khan took his leave. After that, he was often summoned, and as both the fakir and he were very fond of chess and were good players, they used to sit up half the night playing. And at last, a little room in the house began to be called the king's room. And whenever he stayed late, he used to sleep there and go home again in the morning. By and by, it came to the ears of the Princess Kupti that there was a rich and handsome young man visiting at her sister's house, and she was very jealous. So she went one day to pay Imani a visit, and pretended to be very affectionate and interested in the house, and in the way in which Imani and the old fakir lived, and of their mysterious and royal visitor. As the sisters went from place to place, Kupti was shown Subar Khan's room, and presently Making some excuse, she slipped in there by herself and swiftly spread under the sheet, which lay upon the bed, a quantity of very finely powdered and splintered glass, which was poisoned, and which she had brought with her, concealed in her clothes. Shortly afterwards, she took leave of her sister, declaring that she could never forgive herself for not having come near her all this time, and that she would now begin to make amends for her neglect. That very evening, Subar Khan came and sat up late with the old fakir playing chess as usual. Very tired, he at length bade him and the princess good night, and as soon as he lay down on the bed, thousands of tiny, tiny splinters of poisoned glass ran into him. He could not think what was the matter, and started this way and that until he was pricked all over, and he felt as though he were burning from head to foot, but he never said a word. Only he sat up all night in agony of body and in worse agony of mind to think that he should have been poisoned, as he guessed he was, in Imani's own house. In the morning, although he was nearly fainting, he still said nothing, and by means of the magic fan was duly transported home again. Then he sent for all the physicians and doctors in his kingdom, but none could make out what his illness was. And so he lingered on for weeks and weeks, trying every remedy that anyone could devise, and passing sleepless nights and days of pain and fever and misery, until at last he was at the point of death. Meanwhile, the Princess Imani and the old fakir were much troubled, because, although they waved the magic fan again and again, no Zubar Khan appeared, and they feared that he had tired of them, or that some evil fate had overtaken him. At last, the princess was in such a miserable state of doubt and uncertainty that she determined to go herself to the kingdom of Dur and see what was the matter. Disguising herself in man's clothes as a young fakir, she set out upon her journey alone and on foot, as a fakir should travel. One evening, she found herself in a forest and lay down under a great tree to pass the night. But she could not sleep for thinking of Subar Khan and wondering what had happened to him. Presently, she heard two great monkeys talking to one another in the tree above her head. "Good evening, brother," said one. "Whence come you? And what is the news?" "I come from Dur," said the other. "And the news is that the king is dying." "Oh," said the first, "I'm sorry to hear that, for he is a master hand at slaying leopards and creatures that ought not to be allowed to live. What is the matter with him?" "No man knows," replied the second monkey, "but the birds, who see all and carry all messages, say that he is dying of poisoned glass, that Kupti, the king's daughter, spread upon his bed. "Ah," said the first monkey, "that is sad news. But if they only knew it, the berries of the very tree we sit in, steeped in hot water, will cure such a disease as that in 3 days at most." "True?" said the other. "It's a pity that we can't tell some man of a medicine so simple, and so save a good man's life. But men are so silly. They go and shut themselves up in stuffy houses, in stuffy cities, instead of living in nice, airy trees. And so they miss knowing all the best things." Now when Imani heard that Sabar Khan was dying, she began to weep silently. But as she listened, she dried her tears and sat up. And as soon as daylight dawned over the forest, she began to gather the berries from the tree until she had filled her cloth with a load of them. Then she walked on as fast as she could, and in 2 days reached the city of Dur. The first thing she did was to pass through the market, crying, "Medicine for sale. Are any ill that need my medicine?" And presently one man said to his neighbor, "See, there is a young fakir with medicine for sale. Perhaps he could do something for the king." "Pooh," replied the other, "where so many gray beards have failed. How should a lad like that be of any use?" "Still," said the first, "he might try." And he went up and spoke to Imani, and together they set out for the palace and announced that another doctor was come to try and cure the king. After some delay, Imani was admitted to the sick room, and whilst she was so well disguised that the king did not recognize her, he was so wasted by illness that she hardly knew him. But she began at once, full of hope, by asking for some apartments all to herself and a pot in which to boil water. As soon as the water was heated, she steeped some of her berries in it and gave the mixture to the king's attendants and told them to wash his body with it. The first washing did so much good that the king slept quietly all the night. Again the second day she did the same, and this time the king declared he was hungry and called for food. After the third day he was quite well, only very weak from his long illness. On the fourth day he got up and sat upon his throne, and then sent messengers to fetch the physician who had cured him. When Imani appeared, everyone marveled that so young a man should be so clever a doctor, and the king wanted to give him immense presents of money and of all kinds of precious things. At first, Imani would take nothing, but at last she said that, if she must be rewarded, she would ask for the king's signet ring and his handkerchief. So, as she would take nothing more, the king gave her his signet ring and his handkerchief, and she departed and traveled back to her own country as fast as she could. A little while after her return, when she had related to the fakir all her adventures, they sent for Sabbar Khan by means of the magic fan. And when he appeared, they asked him why he had stayed away for so long. Then he told them all about his illness and how he had been cured. And when he had finished, the princess rose up and, opening a cabinet, brought out the ring and handkerchief and said, laughing, "Are these the rewards you gave to your doctor?" At that the king looked, and he recognized her and understood in a moment all that had happened. And he jumped up and put the magic fan in his pocket and declared that no one should send him away to his own country anymore unless Imani would come with him and be his wife. And so it was settled. And the old fakir and Imani went to the city of Dur, where Imani was married to the king and lived happily ever after.